gonna backtrack. And you should have kept my name out your mouth as we go how it all turned.
Hello, everybody. The day has finally arrived. The day is finally upon us. Now, originally, I did not plan to cover the jury selection process, but stuff's happening and I'm following it anyway. So why not? Today is day, today is day one of jury selection in the Diddy Sean P. Puff Daddy Combs trial. This is the United States versus Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs. We have been waiting for this for quite a while. Hello, 218 people in the chat. Hello, hello, hello. If you're happy that I started a week early on this, click the like. Maybe I'll do it again tomorrow. It is day one, week one, day one. Today is jury selection. Now, we are scheduled to see Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs go to trial. Opening statements starting officially on Monday, May 12th, which is a week from today. That being said, Brian Steele is on this case. That is Young Thug's lawyer. And seriously, Christian, tell them. Anyway, Christian said cortisol levels through the roof, inflamed. That bar still hits hard. It's just, it keeps on giving. That whole song is the gift that keeps on giving. Yes. So YSL. Yes. Yeah, exactly. So that jury selection process over there in the YSL trial took, how long? Just like a half a year or something, more than a year. He got old very fast, Maylene said. Well, in this one, y'all are going to have to just rely on me and others. And really, we're relying on people inside the courtroom because there's no cameras. There's no cameras in this courtroom allowed. KB Goes Live. Yes, y'all need to go. If you are not subscribed to KB Goes Live, please somebody drop his link in the chat. What was I watching? His Big U coverage is immaculate. Immaculate Big U coverage. I think he did something about Adam 22 the other day. I was watching one of your videos literally the day before yesterday, KB Goes Live. I love that channel. And used to be like, you know, a little smaller and you're growing so fast, so awesome. So the day has arrived. So there are a few different sources that I am reading the information from. The first one we'll start with is USA Today. Let me pull that up on the screen. And they are reporting like semi-live from the court room. Most recently, they reported about 8 minutes ago that a prospective juror, breaking news as of less than 10 minutes ago, a prospective juror has been removed after alleging that there was, quote, damning evidence against Diddy. This damning evidence, of course, you can't be a fair or impartial juror if you already are calling the evidence damning. Yeah, 8 minutes ago. Okay. So the criminal trial for Sean Diddy. No, the other source we're going to look at is going to also be Inner City Press tweets. But let's read this USA Today thing first. The criminal trial for Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs is kicking off with day one of jury selection. As many as 150 potential jurors are being brought into a Manhattan courtroom one by one and questioned by the judge. The prosecution and the defense are also going to be there, and the purpose is to determine whether they are qualified to serve on Diddy's jury. The goal is to get through all of these potential jurors. So it's going to be up to 150 different potential jurors getting vetted. They're going to be brought in front of the court. They're going to be brought one by one. It is a sequestered jury questioning process, one by one into the room. And I understand that Diddy is also in the room. We're going to get some more details about this on the ground as we move forward into reading some of Inner City Press's tweets. This did start a couple hours ago. We are like a little bit behind. I wasn't, like I said, I wasn't even planning on covering this, but stuff's happening. And I thought y'all would, there's 500 people in there. I figured y'all would want to go through it, at least day one. And then depending on how this goes today, maybe we'll do tomorrow too. Y'all gotta, click like and stuff though, and let me know you actually want me to do it. Cause sometimes I do this, it's all this work and y'all don't even care. And so I'll just do my stuff. You know what I mean? Okay. So click like and all that. Okay. Okay. So the goal is to get through all these 150 potential jurors in the 3 days, though the judge apparently joked that the process could feel as long as the famously lengthy Lord of the Rings series. So the judge making Lord of the Rings jokes. Nerd. No, I'm just kidding. The embattled hip hop mogul, who at one time was among the most powerful figures in the music industry, has experienced a sharp fall from grace after facing a bevy of lawsuits and criminal charges accusing him of all kinds of things. He's headed to court to battle federal crimes charges to which he has pled not guilty. During his final court hearing on May 2nd, which we did cover on Thursday, Diddy confirmed he turned down the potential plea deal. The judge previously rejected a request from Diddy's legal team to delay the start of trial. He could spend the rest of his life in prison if convicted. There's the courtroom drawing right there. We have Teeny Garagos and Alexandra Shapiro. Why did they draw her? They did her dirty. That's Alexandra Shapiro. They did her dirty. I'm a little nervous today. Oh, wow. This is interesting, y'all. Look at this. As jurors continued to be dismissed, Diddy asked the judge for a short bathroom break. According to multiple reports, Diddy told the judge, quote, "I'm sorry, Your Honor. I'm a little nervous today." The court is set to break for lunch soon. This must have been before lunch. Or maybe they break for lunch at 1. I don't know. It doesn't say exactly what time that was up there, but breaking news as of today. Breaking news as of today, Diddy asked for a bathroom break and told the judge he was sorry. He's a little nervous today. I don't know if y'all know this or not, and this is not even me making fun of Diddy, but once a lot of men reaches a certain age, they have a hard time holding it in the bathroom. They got to pee, and when they got to go right now. It's something about a prostate. I'm really not sure. I learned this because I used to work with a lot of baby boomers in an office, and the bathroom was only accessible by walking behind my desk. And they would start apologizing like, sorry, can't help it. So I don't know if that's what that's about, or if he's just, I don't know why else he would be peeing all the time all over himself. I don't know that he's peeing all over himself. I'm just like, I don't know why being nervous would make him feel like he had to pee. But sometimes, biological response. I don't know why he apologized for being nervous and having to pee. Not really sure. But anyway, okay. So several potential jurors have been excused by the judge as the afternoon ticked on. As of the time of the recording of this live, as the time of this live stream right now, as I'm speaking, it's 1:07, 7 minutes after 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern time, the same time zone that Diddy is in. So several jurors, breaking news, several jurors have been excused, potential jurors, several potential jurors. They're not jurors, potential jurors. They have been excused. As the afternoon ticked on. Due to the nature of the charges against Diddy, a major issue that has come up with the potential jury pool is whether those called or their loved ones are SA survivors. Swaths of potential jurors have also admitted to seeing media coverage about the allegations against Diddy, as well as a video of him dragging and kicking Cassie. Okay, so the potential jurors are saying, yes, I've seen the coverage of the Diddy trial, and or they are saying, yes, I have seen the video of him doing what he was doing, like a puma down the hall to Cassie. While many have said that wouldn't sway their ability to be impartial, one individual was excused after saying they had previously seen a, quote, damning image of Combs. But Diddy's lawyers have tried to remove potential jurors for other reasons. They moved to dismiss one woman who works at HBO. Yep. Yes, dismiss them. They do not know how to be fair. I would not want anybody on HBO's staff on my jury because they have no idea what the truth looks like. My God, in my opinion, that is what it looks like to me. But so this one woman worked at HBO, and Diddy's lawyers are like, no, HBO did the fall of Diddy. Get her the F out of here. What do you freaking mean? No, get her out of here. I'm sorry, y'all. I had to turn it on reader view. I could not deal. I couldn't deal with it any longer. All those ads and looking at the condensed milk with the cinnamon, it was just a bridge too far. Okay, look. Diddy's lawyers have tried to remove potential jurors for other reasons. They moved to dismiss a woman who works at HBO because the media company recently released a documentary called The Fall of Diddy. The potential juror did not work on the film, and the judge overruled the attempt. So they left the HBO person survived that round. Okay. What are potential jurors saying so far? Okay. The first prospective juror, known as juror number 2. I don't know how somebody can be the first prospective juror and they're juror number 2. If they're the first, who's number 1? You see what I mean? The first prospective juror, known as juror number 2. Somebody who knows more than me, please explain. They had heard of 4 people on a list. Okay, so this person, juror number 2, whoever they are, we're just getting examples of some of the things that they're saying at day 1 of jury selection. If you're just getting here, hi, hello. Don't forget to click the like on your way in, get this out to more people. The first juror, we're talking about the first prospective juror who somehow is named juror number 2. They answered a question that they had heard of 4 people on a list, and this list had hundreds of individuals who may be mentioned at trial. So who are the individuals? Michael B. Jordan came up. Mike Myers came up. Now, the juror, this potential juror, juror number 2, said nothing about his familiarity with those individuals. He said nothing about his familiarity with Michael B. Jordan or with Mike Myers, and nothing that should prevent him from being able to be fair and impartial. The context in which Michael B. Jordan, Mike Myers, or others may be mentioned is not yet known. Juror number 2 also said that their sister had been physically assaulted by her first husband at least 40 years ago, but that the experience would not prevent him from being fair. Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs had arrived in court shortly after 9 a.m. He was wearing dark glasses and a dark sweater over a white shirt, sporting a salt and pepper goatee. He smiled and hugged his attorneys upon entering the court. About an hour and a half later, the judge began questioning. So, hour and a half later. So, jury questioning didn't start until about 2 hours ago. Oh, good thing I didn't come on here at 9 o'clock. Again, like I said, y'all, I wasn't even planning on going live today, but I started looking into it and stuff was happening. So I wanted to say it. Thank you so much, Iris, for the €2 super chat. You know how the Germans say euro? Euro. Euro. Isn't that fun to say? Euro. Anyway, okay. So the jury selection process, questioning process, just started less than 2 hours ago. See, it says shortly after 9, Diddy came in, but then it says 9 a.m. Eastern, and he's wearing dark glasses. So they gave him who gave him sunglasses? Because that wasn't on the 5 sweaters, 5 shirts, 5 whatever, if he's wearing sunglasses. And a dark sweater over his white shirt, sporting a salt. So he's got the gray goatee, smiled and hugged his attorneys. And then it wasn't until an hour and a half later. So 10:30, the judge began questioning. The jury will be anonymous, which is frequently the case in high-profile trials in which jurors could face threats or harassment if their identities are known. And then it says where to watch. Is the Diddy trial going to be televised? No. So you have to watch it right here on That Surprise Witness TV. Trademark. The trial will not be televised. Cameras are not allowed in federal criminal trial proceedings. USA Today will be reporting live from the courtroom. Favorite music, your friends' lives. Diddy jury selection may surprise you, they said. We're kind of going backwards from their coverage, but I just want to cover everything. And then we're going to make our way over to Inner City Press, who is live inside the courtroom. And he's giving more details, and we'll start from like where he started and then work up. If your significant other cheated on you, could you get past it? At first blush, the answer might not seem relevant to Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs' upcoming ST trial. But it's the surprising type of clue lawyers may look for in picking jurors starting today. Robert Hirschhorn. Okay, Robert Hirschhorn, a lawyer and jury consultant. Do y'all remember? If you're just getting here, hi, hello. We are catching up on some of the stuff that's happened so far. We're in week 1, day 1 of the Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs' trial. Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs trial, and we are reading through what's happened today so far. It was about 3 hours ago, 2 or 3 hours ago, that the judge started actually questioning the jurors. It was about 4.5 hours ago that Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs did show up to court. We got news from inside the courthouse that Diddy needed to go to the bathroom, and he apologized to the judge, saying he was nervous today. Somehow he might have gotten a hold of a pair of sunglasses. He was in some dark glasses when they gave him transitions or what. But now we're reading from a jury consultant. Do y'all remember the last time, or one of the last few videos I made on this? I was telling you, like, there's people whose whole job is this. It's like they have behavioral analysts, they have people in here doing personality assessments, body language assessments, people saying, you want to pick a person from this type of mindset or that type of mindset. These are often called jury consultants. So we had one right here interviewing with USA Today. And if Robert hears or has occasion to see this video and he wants to come and answer some questions on this channel about jury selection, that would be great. But he told USA Today a potential juror who could compartmentalize cheating in a relationship might also be the type of person who can compartmentalize disturbing events at trial. Prosecutors are poised to show, for example, a video of Diddy dragging and kicking his ex-girlfriend, Cassie, in a hotel hallway. Quote, everybody that says compartmentalize, I don't care what else they say. Unless they say, I already think Diddy is guilty, I am putting them on the jury every day. So this Robert Hirschhorn, a jury consultant and lawyer, he's an expert in this particular thing, selecting juries. He said, if somebody says they can compartmentalize something, like, no, I wouldn't bother. I would be able to get past my spouse cheating on me or my significant other cheating on me because I can compartmentalize it. This guy's saying, all right, somebody says that, you put them on your jury. You want them. The jury consultants and trial experts also told USA Today the legal teams may also look for clues to how potential jurors would approach the trial in their musical preferences, their openness to alternative sexual lifestyles, and their history with sexual violence. Favorite music, your friends' lives. The jury selection may surprise you. So this is from when he had arrived. This was a few hours ago. Diddy had arrived at the courthouse in Manhattan where he faced sweeping crime charges. The judge was expected to begin questioning prospective jurors one by one in a bid to seat a panel of 12 jurors and 6 alternates who can be fair and impartial, despite heavy media coverage of the case so far. Combs' 6-person defense team, led by Mark Agnifilo and Teeny Garagos, added one more member on May 2nd, the last business day before jury selection. So they didn't add 2 more lawyers, y'all. They had only added 1. Now, we were told at the most recent and at the last ever pre-trial conference that they were going to be adding 2 more lawyers, and they did not do that. They only added 1, this Xavier Donaldson. He's a New York-based criminal defense lawyer, filed a notice of appearance as a retained attorney for Diddy on May 2nd. According to LinkedIn, the Howard University School of Law alumnus was once an assistant district attorney for the Bronx County DA's office in the 90s, before moving into private practice. Notably, Diddy also attended Howard University as a business student, but dropped out before earning his bachelor's degree. The last attorney who joined Diddy's team was Brian Steele, the lawyer representing rapper Young Thug in his own long-running RICO trial. How long was he in jail? Okay. All right. So I think that kind of like is that. Let's go to Inner City Press. And I want to start from the very beginning of the day with him. He's been there, I think, all day. So let's just start from the beginning. This is a few hours old. Look, he was in there at 9:20 a.m. Right now it's 1:20 p.m. So 4 hours ago. So let's just start from there and then read in order. And I imagine that we're going to be catching up like way faster than it actually took him to like type all this. But let's just get started. He says at 9:20 a.m., okay, now U.S. versus Sean Combs jury selection day 1 here in the courtroom. Diddy in formal dress and wearing reading glasses has 8 lawyers. Inner City Press wrote books. Okay, 3 hours ago. So like a whole hour almost goes by. All rise. Judge Subramanian, I have composed a list of prospective jurors who, based on their questionnaire answers, I don't propose to do individual Q&A with. The list of people and places is so long, I thought it was an appendix to The Lord of the Rings. And then people laughed. Assistant U.S. Attorney says, why don't we have the next juror in line review the binder with court staff to save that time? Judge says, okay. Okay, so there's a certain binder that the potential jurors have to review before they go up to be questioned. And so the assistant U.S. attorney is saying, why don't we just speed the line up by having that next person already go in line. So it's not that makes sense. Like each person has to wait, sit there, do the binder, then go up, get questioned. Then they go away. Then a new person comes up, does the binder. It's like, no, why would you do that? Just have the person already queued up and doing the binder. The judge said, yeah, okay. The feds, that's who the AUSA is. That's the assistant U.S. attorney, is the prosecutors, the feds. We have given 2 copies of the binder to your staff. The judge said, I assume we'll get the thumbs up jurors already. Maybe. Oh, okay. I assume, the judge says, we'll soon get the thumbs up that the jurors are ready. This was 3 hours ago. The judge said, I think it's sufficient for me to say here on the record that there will be times a juror has privacy concerns about assault or trauma, and it would be appropriate to address that at a sidebar with the transcript sealed. Okay, so the judge is saying, I assume because we got questions in here about SA, have you been SA, who SA'd you, who in your family got SA'd? He's like, I'm not trying to have that aired across the whole world. Jurors are entitled to some type of privacy with that type of stuff, so they can come up and that's not going to be on the record. Inner City Press said, then the judge said, I understand that's how it was done in Ghislaine Maxwell. Maureen Comey said, yes, it was. Okay, the judge then said, there is a logistical issue we still have to work out. If we seal the transcript, no one, including Mr. Combs, can see it. So what if we leave it in the transcript since the jurors are not identified by name? Okay, then Diddy's lawyers let us talk to the government. Okay, so I see what he's saying. The judge is saying, I think we need to seal some stuff if it's private, like we just talked about, don't need to put too much of a bar in front of having jurors serve, right? So you don't want them to have to tell you every single thing, and not every single thing is necessary for the public to know. If it's the person on trial, it's different factors get weighed in. But the judge is saying, I do assume there is going to be at least some stuff that's actually genuinely private. So we should have that at sidebar and it shouldn't be public. However, if we fully seal it from the transcript, then Diddy won't be able to have access to it, which could create possibly an issue of not having a fair trial or something like that. So the judge is like, what if we leave it in the transcript, but the jurors are not identified by name? So it's juror 5, juror 7, juror 6, whatever. And it's nobody's going to know who that is anyway. Diddy's lawyer said, okay, let us talk it out with the government. But then they say, Diddy's lawyers, I'm assuming maybe this is Agnifilo, at the sidebar, what was the court going to tell the jurors about the level of confidentiality? Diddy's lawyer goes on. I ask this because if the potential juror believes this would be entirely confidential, that relates to candor. The judge said, well, I'm not going to lie to the jurors. I don't exactly know why Agnifilo asked that question, but the question is what are you going to tell the jurors about the level of confidentiality? Are you going to tell them that their answers are confidential, or are you going to tell them that their answers are going to be seen by Diddy? And the judge is like, well, I'm not going to lie to him. So I don't know if there was more to that or not. I'm just reading the tweets. If you're just joining, hi, hello. Make sure to hit the like button on the way in. If you don't mind, thank you very much. Drop some emoji, drop some hearts or something in the chat. Help with engagement. We are on week 1, day 1 of the Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs trial. Opening statements are not scheduled to start until next week, but we are on day 1 of jury selection. I am reading tweets, live tweets. Well, they're not, they're 3 hours old now, but we're starting from the beginning, and I'm reading the tweets from inside the courtroom from Matthew Russell Lee at Inner City Press. And 3 hours ago, he tweeted that the prospective jurors were brought into the courtroom. The judge said this is a criminal case, United States versus Sean Combs. And so they would have brought, I think the judge said they were bringing in 45 at a time, but they questioned them one at a time. So I'm not exactly sure. I know there were like 3 or 4 rooms they were working with. So maybe some are sitting to the side room and they bring one at a time. Not exactly sure. Maybe we'll get some more insight as we move forward. The judge says he expects the trial to run for approximately 8 weeks. This trial will be going on for 2 months, everybody. That is what the judge is expecting. He says to the jurors, the prospective jurors, the potential jurors, quote, "Justice depends on all of you. You've all filled out the long questionnaire, and in a few minutes, I'll ask more." The judge says if during the process you would prefer to answer a question not in open court because it is sensitive, we'll do it out of earshot. The transcript will be visible only to the parties themselves. Your answers allow for peremptory challenges. The judge says, let me give you a brief summary of the case. There is one defendant on trial, Sean Combs, aka Puff Daddy, Diddy, other names, and Love. He has pleaded not guilty and he is presumed to be innocent. This is the judge talking to these prospective jurors. There are 5 counts: racketeering, conspiracy, kidnapping, ST, 4, you can read it, 2 victims, and male commercial S workers. Diddy denied all of it. Our schedule is to be ready for May 12th for the trial. First week, 9:30 to 5, then 9 to 3. We're going to swear him in. Oh, then he says swear him in. The clerk says, does anyone not swear an oath? Clerk says, so she says to these people, so they have to, so now they're getting sworn in under oath so that everything that they say has the penalty of perjury attached. Do you affirm under the penalties of perjury? And they all said, yes. Thank you. You may be seated. The judge. Everyone has the list of questions. There are 14 sequestered questions. You will be escorted, the judge says to the potential jurors, to 26B. Circle the sequestered questions you have a yes answer to. These include, since you have filled out the questionnaire, okay, so here's the questions. He's sending them to 26B and they have to answer these questions. Some of these questions are, have you read about the case since you filled out the last questionnaire? Do you have training in addiction? SA. And listen, you heard it here first. Maybe you heard it here last. I don't know. I haven't heard anybody else say this, but it really seems to me like Diddy is gearing up to make an addiction defense. I believe that Diddy is going to argue that he was succumbing to his addiction, his demons, his vices. He's been to rehab. He would never do that again. These are the things I'm assuming, right? Because look, do you have training in addiction? Now, this devil's advocate could be because perhaps some of the victims, the alleged victims, are going to say that they were suffering with or struggling with addiction to substances, and that's why they stayed. I mean, that's possible. I don't know. This is opinion channel, okay? Do you have training in addiction? These are some of the questions that are going to be asked. S, abuse. Have you worked for law enforcement? Ever been in a lawsuit? Ever been accused? Ever been a victim of a crime? Are you impacted by allegations of guns, intimate partner violence, views of artists in the hip hop community, cooperators with immunity, pseudonyms, anything else? When you're called back, you will be shown a list of persons and places. Okay, so all that list I just read, all that stuff I just read, training, SA, worked law enforcement, been in a lawsuit, accused of a crime, victim of a crime, all that stuff, that's part of that jury questionnaire, the sequestered questionnaire. They're going to have to go off to room 26B and answer it, sequestered. Now, after they do that, they're going to come back into the courtroom, the main room with the judge, and you'll be shown a list of persons and places. Okay, that's all good. The judge says, okay, fine, great, wonderful. Go to room 26B, see you when you get back. All rise. The prospective jurors leave. Then a female, returns and starts to read the binder of people and places. Okay, so the assistant U.S. attorney then says, let the juror keep the copy of the binder in order to say only numbers, not the true victims' names. Okay, the judge says, okay, please bring in juror number 2. I know you have a change to review the list. Any you knew of? Okay, so have had a chance. I know you've had a chance. So the judge brings in juror number 2, who we read about in the USA Today article, if you were in here for that. Please bring in juror number 2. They bring in juror number 2. I know you've had a chance to review the list. So there's this long list of people, hundreds of names. And the juror says yes. A male juror says, yes, I knew of 2 people on the list, number 88 and also number 190, Michael B. Jordan and Mike Myers. Essex House Hotel, place 3. I used to work there, and at 9, the Peninsula. The judge said, could you be fair? The juror said, yes. The judge said, do you have any answers to those 14 sequestered questions? The list of questions I just read, the thing about pseudonyms and law enforcement interviews and things like that. The judge said, yeah. The juror said, yes, I am a massage therapist, and I was trained to be a massage therapist. The judge says, okay, in your questionnaire, question 10, can you explain your yes? Can we discuss it in open court? Juror 2 said, yes, my sister was, you can read the word, by her ex-husband years ago, a black eye, resulting in the termination of their marriage. The judge said, can you be fair, despite having seen that and know about that story? And the juror said, yes. The judge said, in your questionnaire, you say you've heard about the case on WNYC and NPR. Okay, so this juror number 2, answered in his questionnaire that he had heard about this case in WNYC, on WNYC, I guess that's either a news station or a radio station, and on NPR. The juror said, I haven't made any decision. The judge says, please return to courtroom 26B, and he leaves. So the judge says, any challenges for cause, meaning to the 2 sides, the juror leaves. Now they're back in court with just, no potential jurors in there. Juror 2 has left. The judge says to Diddy, to Diddy's lawyer, and also to the assistant U.S. attorney, he says, hold on, make this like this, yeah. He also says to the assistant U.S. attorney, and to Diddy, he's like, do you have any challenges? Do you have any issues with this juror? And the assistant U.S. attorney's like, nope, we love him. And Diddy's lawyer is like, no, we're going to challenge that for cause. In his questionnaire, he says that Diddy probably was engaged in this. But then the judge said he could still be fair. I'm overruling you, Agnifilo. You can, of course, use a peremptory on him. Bring in the next juror. Okay. So the way that these different strikes work, there's a certain amount of jurors that each side has the right to just not even give any reason to get rid of them. But if they're like really obviously not fit to be a juror, then the judge is supposed to get rid of them for cause. Like, for example, if someone's like, yes, I am a Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs commentary channel, and I run his fan page, and the name of the fan page is Free Diddy. That would be a for cause. You have to get rid of that person, cannot be impartial. But it really is the final call for the judge to make. Agnifilo tried to argue that Diddy, that this was a for cause. Like, we got to get rid of this guy. But the judge is like, we're going to keep him for now. But you can get rid of him for one of yours. But there's only a limited number of these peremptory strikes. Okay, so then the next juror comes in. This is juror 133. Judge says, you have reviewed, I don't know what number the juror is. They don't number her. She says that she had seen or heard of or recognized celebrity 133. So the judge says, you've reviewed the list of people and places, and you recognize. She said, yes, 133. The judge says, a celebrity. Could you be fair? The judge says. The juror, this new juror, new woman, she says, yes. I know there are a lot of celebrities on this list. The judge said, okay, put them to the side. And the places? The juror says, I don't know any of these places. She said, I have a family member who went through something like this, so it would be difficult to sit through this. It would make me uncomfortable. The judge said, I excuse this juror. Head down to the jury room. Okay, so breaking news as of 2 hours ago, one of the potential jurors has outwardly said to the judge explicitly, I cannot be fair. I cannot sit through this. It would be difficult for me to sit through this because I have a family member who went through something like this. It would make me uncomfortable. The judge said, you're excused. Judge tells her to head down to the jury room, and we're keeping it moving. Bring in juror 5. What about the list? He said, I did not know any of them. However, 4A and C, yes. The judge said, you had training? The juror 5 says, yes, I had e-learning on S harassment, and I have seen psychiatrists. The judge said, have you seen you've had their services? Juror 5 said, yes, but I can be fair. Okay, the judge says, all right, juror 5, on question 7 on the questionnaire, juror 5 said, I am against capital punishment. That means I'm against the death penalty. I do not believe that Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs should get the death penalty or anybody. He says, look, I am against capital punishment. That means I'm against the death penalty. Judge says, question 26, what have you heard about the case? He said, last week I saw a video, the juror number 5. Last week I saw a video of the defendant allegedly assaulting another person in a hotel. And then this juror 5 says, but I'm presuming that he's innocent, or whatever. So that juror leaves. The judge says, I see no grounds to excuse for cause. Do you? And the assistant U.S. attorney says no. And Mark Agnifilo also says no. So they leave him in for cause. No one, and maybe they'll do a peremptory, maybe they won't. In comes juror number 6. This one has had HR training, because that was one of the questions on the questionnaire. Have you ever received any specific training in? And then there was a bunch of categories. One of the categories was, I guess, HR. And this person, juror number 6, is saying, this is the third person that we're getting the little transcript of, or a little, not transcript, but you know what I mean, paraphrasing of. This is the third person, this is juror 6. Juror 2, maybe this is the 4th. See, I'm already losing track. But one of them was like, I'll be uncomfortable. I think that was 5. This one says, or 4. I don't even remember now. But y'all can remind it. I already said it. I had HR training, and my son is a law clerk in Connecticut. Oh, man. He went to Yale? A law clerk means you went to law school usually, right? Oh, my God. What's going on here? Oh, my God. Wait a second. Sorry, y'all. You have great handwriting. You wrote, you say an image 6, hotel hall. No, Agnifilo, yes. Okay, so we have a little drama. We have a little drama here. Juror 6 is like, I had HR training, and my son is a law clerk in Connecticut. I don't know if that means he's a lawyer or not. Law clerk in Connecticut is screaming Yale to me. The judge told her, you have great handwriting. You wrote, you say an image 6, hotel hall. Oh, the judge looks to the parties. Any more questions? He's looking at the defense. He's looking at the feds. Maureen Comey said, no, I don't have any more questions. But Agnifilo said, yes, I do have questions. So he walks up to the judge and he whispers something at the sidebar. And the judge then says out loud in court, in question 27, this is to juror number 6, prospective juror, you said the image could be damning. Why did you say that? Juror 6 said, it was a photo. It didn't seem to be something wanted. The judge said, I don't see grounds to exclude this juror. Maybe she left out the room now. The AUSA, Maureen Comey, said, I agree. But then Agnifilo is like, wait a second. She used very strong language. She said damning evidence. She tried to rehabilitate herself, but the judge says, fine. Okay, Agnifilo, you win. I'll excuse her. Get rid of her. The U.S. attorney is like, no, no, no. She said presumed innocent. And we're the ones who decided not to use the CNN video. There's been no ruling by Your Honor. The judge said, basically, shut up, Maureen. Just shut up. He said, based on the questionnaire, I'm excluding her. Let's move to juror 15. All right. So here comes juror 15. He said, I just started a new job in a hotel. I'm not going to be able to be here for 2 months. The judge said, okay, excused. The next juror, number 20. So they got rid of him. Boom. Goodbye. The next juror, number 20. She had heard also of number 88 and number 116, who were musicians. She said this is juror 20. She says, I have training May 12th through 15th. She has a training for something. The judge says, yeah, okay, but if you're selected, you're not going to training. She said, I was a mandated reporter as a teacher at a parochial school in the Bronx. I have a friend on Yonkers Police Department. She says, when I was 16, I was caught shoplifting at Universal Studios at Harry Potter World. And I had to, I guess, get a lawyer. What did you take? She said, a wand. She stole a Harry Potter wand from the Universal Studios when she was 16. You wrote you may have liked a post on Instagram? Juror 20 said, yeah, it was a comedian about the baby oil. The judge said it was just a comedy seller comedian. No one I follow. Oh, she said it was just a comedy seller comedian. No one I follow. Okay. So she said she had seen a joke. She liked a post on Instagram about baby oil or something. It was a comedian. She stole a Harry Potter World wand from Universal Studio when she was 16 and she needed a lawyer. Wow, that's crazy. Y'all better not steal nothing from Universal Studio. Well, don't steal anything from anywhere. That's bad behavior. Okay. Okay, so she leaves and the judge is like, well, I'm not going to get rid of her. I'm not going to get rid of her for cause, and both sides agree. Next, juror number 22, female. She says she has ocular migraines. Juror 22, though, says it hasn't happened in months. When it does, I cover my eyes for 20 to 40 minutes. And then the judge says, what is your employment? Juror 22 says, web maintenance, secretarial. I took Trailient training. Okay, this is interesting. I read ahead a little bit. So she took an sexual harassment training seminar. Remember, you had to answer those questions like, have you ever gotten any specific training on a specific thing or whatever? She said she took the Trailient training, and she says, this is real life. Whatever is going to occur in your courtroom. The judge says, what's bothering you? She said, it's unfamiliar to me. Wow, this is interesting. She says, it's unfamiliar for me to have my answers matter very much. So it's like a problem. She's saying the gravity of the fact, like how important this decision and the outcome is going to be is making her, I think she's saying it's making her feel uncomfortable. The judge says, so kidnapping, arson, can you be fair? She said, it is foreign to me, like a problem. Why is it USA versus Sean Combs instead of a person versus Sean Combs? I was curious. I saw someone get run over by a train. I was okay with it. I mean, not okay, but I did not become a second problem. I tend to shut down and call 911. 911. Video is detached. Oh, she saw someone. Okay, so it's like maybe that was one of the questions. Like, did you ever see anything violent or whatever? She said, I, I don't know what I didn't become a second problem. I don't know what's going on, y'all. She then says, I was once drunk and disorderly in Massachusetts. The judge said, could you be fair? Yes. The judge said, could you take 8 weeks off from your job? She said, I will ask them. Question 10 said, prefer answer in person. She said, I'm fine. The juror said it was a dentist. My parents didn't pay him. They sent me to work for him. I was confused about authority. I went to, I guess you'd call it therapy about it. Oh, this is sad. A dentist? What did he do? Oh man, my parents didn't pay the dentist, so he got his payment in another way. She said he kissed and fondled. How long did it last? 2 years. I think there is abuse every day. I think it made me a better person ultimately. She says perpetrators are often unaware. Some fulfill a victim role. The judge said, don't go look up what RICO is. Agnifilo said, can we approach the bench, Your Honor? And then he comes up to the judge's, the judge's bench and whispers, is there anything from the dentist office? Can you be fair? The juror said yes. Okay, so go back to courtroom 26B. The judge said, I see no reason to excuse her for cause. And Agnifilo said, she shut down and misdirected or redirected. I sensed a struggle within her. And again, for it seems the second time, the judge overruled Mark Agnifilo. And this will bring us up to only about 1 hour ago, as you can see as the timing of these tweets. Bathroom break, says Agnifilo. Let's try to get through at least 10 jurors. Diddy, I'm a little nervous today. The judge said, okay, we'll break. So I don't know how many they got through. Maybe it was 8. So they took a break. So Sean P. Puff Daddy Combs could go pee or whatever. He was nervous. So then they got back. The judge says, please take a seat. Oh my God. Breaking news, y'all. An hour ago, they're asking about Kanye West in the courtroom, y'all. We got another juror come up. The judge says, please take a seat. Anything about your views on Kanye West would make you unfair? The judge asks. The male juror says, no. What do you know about this case? The judge asks. Accusations of violent behavior. I saw the hallway video while at the gym. Dragging. I saw. Okay, so this person said, I was at the gym and I saw the hallway video. So, this is pretty interesting. Diddy's lawyers were saying that CNN and the tape getting played on CNN and all that was tainting the jury pool. And I thought he was being kind of dramatic. But a few of them, even the first 10 have said, yeah, I saw that video, that specific, the hallway. I think 3 of them said it. That's 30%. Accusation of violent behavior. I saw the hallway video while at the gym. Dragging. I saw. Agnifilo says, can I come up to the sidebar, Your Honor? The judge says very briefly. He comes up. Agnifilo whispering. Judge asks the juror, did you ever talk with other people about this case? Juror, no. Judge, have you expressed an opinion about this case? Juror, no, I don't have social media. Okay. Judge says back to 26B. Judge, no objections? No objections. Then he says, can you just pass the questions up to me? And the assistant U.S. attorney is like, I want to see him first. The judge is like, of course. Next juror, number 28 on question. Okay, so next jurors come in. Number 28 comes up. On question 13, you said yes on accusation of a crime. She said, juror 28 is a lady. She said, my mom worked for a bank and she stole money. The judge said, you wrote unsure. The juror said, all I know is she was arrested. No grounds to exclude her. Everyone agrees. Juror number 29 comes in. The judge says, you travel for work. Can you stop? The juror said, it would be inconvenient, but I could do it. The judge says, where do you work? He said HBO or she. I don't know. It doesn't say if it's a man or woman. Any people on the list you recognize? This HBO juror says Michael B. Jordan, Kid Cudi, but I don't know his music. Also, my sister and I were bleep by a family member. The judge said, who? The juror, a cousin. I think I would feel empathy for victims, but I am logical. I've seen the video. It was disturbing, but I don't know the full story. Agnifilo said, we have a proposed question. And Diddy's lawyer, Agnifilo, hands the question to the U.S. attorney, Comey. The judge says, has this case been discussed at HBO? The juror said in the hall that he was arrested. The judge said, I see no grounds to exclude. Agnifilo said, what? HBO put out a negative documentary, The Fall of Diddy, in the past 6 weeks. The judge said, Miss Comey, appearance of impropriety? She said, no, HBO makes a lot of documentaries. Yeah, they made one about me. And it was full of horse shit. I overrule for now, the judge says, so the HBO person can stay in. Next juror comes in. I recognize the name Kanye West. I am chief marketing officer at Simon & Schuster. We have a book by another hip hop artist. Oh my God. There's no freaking way. This is crazy. Stop. Y'all, the world is too small. Okay, 2 jurors back to back. We just talked about this one right here. Works at HBO, and HBO put out The Fall of Diddy within the past 6 weeks. Maureen Comey's like, oh, please. It's a small world. They make a lot of documentaries. Whatever, get over it. The world gets smaller. The very next person who comes in is the marketing chief marketing officer at Simon & Schuster, which is a major book publishing company. They have a book by another hip hop artist, not just any freaking hip hop artist. Y'all, this is Diddy's baby's mama's ex. Diddy's one of these kids lives in his house. Al B. Sure's kid is adopted by Diddy, and it's Al B. Sure's book that Simon & Schuster, and he's the lead marketing officer at the place that did Al B. Sure. What? The book is called Do You Believe Me Now? It's about Diddy. Y'all, no freaking way. No freaking way. If I'm Agnifilo, I'm saying, are you crazy? He's the lead marketing guy at the book at the people that published Al B. Sure's book. Please, there's no way that Mark Agnifilo knew that without objecting to it. It's a memoir. Do you believe me now? By a male artist? Yes. Here it is. Yeah, it's the freaking Al B. Sure one. They left that out. Yes. Okay. Teeny. Thank God. Teeny knows. Okay. All right. We're getting there. The judge said, could you close off? He's so clueless. He don't know, but he's not supposed to know. He's supposed to be clueless. He's supposed to be impartial. Could you close off anything about the book? The juror said, I would have to tell my colleague, don't send me any more press releases about the book. He's in charge of the press releases for Al B. Sure's book during the Diddy trial. No, he's got to get kicked off of here. There's no freaking way. Agnifilo said, I have a question. Is it a salaried position? No, his bonus is tied to the books. Oh my God. Press release refers to the mysterious 2018 death. The trial will include discussion of Kim. Okay, breaking news 1 hour ago. The trial will include, breaking news, will include, according to Diddy's lawyer, discussion of Kim Porter and Al B. Sure. The judge says, is this too close to home? It is. This person doesn't need to be admitted. He's in charge of he's the chief marketing officer at the company that has Al B. Sure's book, and he's doing press releases for it. He can't be on the Diddy jury. Freaking please. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. The trial will include discussion of Kim Porter and Al B. Sure. The assistant U.S. attorney is like, we won't hear much about Al B. Sure or Miss Porter, but sure, we can exclude them. Okay. Wow. Okay. They excluded. Y'all, that is, wow, what a small world. The next juror, I have class at SUNY. I have to log in at 4:50. Could it work if you left here at 4? How do you view the class? On my phone. I know of Dallas, Austin. I know from news about Sean Combs' children, the choreographer, Lorianne Gibson. I used to watch Making the Band. I saw Dawn Richards, Harve Pierre, Michelle Williams. I know of Cassie Ventura. Oh, I lost my spot. Hold on. I think this is probably not, she's probably not going to be able to be unfair either. I mean, unbiased either. Dallas Austin is the one that's connected to Aaliyah. You remember he came up in the BJ Investigates Aaliyah thing? I know from news about Sean Combs' children. So she heard on the news about Diddy's children. She has heard of the choreographer Lorianne Gibson. She used to watch Making the Band. She saw Dawn, Richard, Harv Pierre, Michelle Williams. She knows of Cassie Ventura. I've seen things in the news. The judge said, what? Video of mistreatment. But I can listen objectively. My fiance had a felony case. Drugs. He pled guilty, got 4 years, came home and won. I'm aware of his music dating back to the 90s from the radio. So she leaves. The judge says, I see no grounds to exclude. Both parties are like, agreed, we like her. Next juror, 52. You have to travel to the Spirit Weavers gathering? Oh, this is cute. This is cute. This is funny. She's like, I'm sorry, Your Honor, I have to go to the Spirit Weavers gathering. He goes, what is that? She said, a women's event, dancing in the woods. Y'all, let's look up the Spirit Weavers if we need to kill time in a little bit. The judge said, you would have to miss the Spirit Weavers gathering. She says, I believe it would be available in future years, but I had experience with SA in college, a neighbor. We were flirting, but he took it too far. I think a lot of women have been harassed or assaulted. I don't think that makes the person who did it a horrible person in all respects. I have a psychology degree in sexuality and women's self-esteem. Judge said master's. She said bachelor's. She said, I work at a bougie design firm, Pentagram. Oh my God, Slay. She seems so funny. This person is like a character. She said, I work at a bougie design firm called Pentagram. He said, what do they design? She said, fonts. He goes, like courier? She goes, oh, never. This is funny. She is funny. That's the same one going to the Spirit Weavers gathering. She leaves. No, she doesn't get excluded. They let her stay. Next juror is 55. You got an open bottle ticket? Yes, the judge said, shame on you. The person laughed. So even the judge is like, those open bottle tickets are stupid. That's kind of how I'm taking it. Okay, so 55 leaves. Now comes in 58. They are flying through these. I'm the Department of Corrections in charge of incarcerated people's accounts. I sued the Port Authority. I hurt my back on an escalator and they settled. The judge said, you were arrested for fraud. He said, I was in a car accident. I went to physical therapy, but it got raided. I was accused of insurance fraud. I pled guilty. Okay, and then they took a lunch break 31 minutes ago. Okay, I want to go look at the Spirit Weavers gathering. And I also want to see, they're on their break right now. They went on break 31 minutes ago. But they left the lady in from the Spirit Weavers gathering. That was the most exciting thing I saw today. Let's look at the font design firm she works at. The human ability to communicate ideas. This is funny. Imagine you're like, I work at a font creation department. And he's like courier. And she's like, oh, never. I want a font. This is cute. They create people's brand fonts. That is cool. Good for them. Look at that. Okay, that's cute. Good for her. That's fun. Okay, Pentagram. Real peerish behavior. Somebody said I agree. Thank you, Katie did, for the $4.99 super sticker. Thank you, Camille's Magical Moments. Thank you for your coverage and opinions. Thank you. You're welcome for the New Zealand $3.49. Really sincerely appreciate all the time you spend to educate us about these legal entrapments and arrangements and everything else. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Thank you for everything you do, beautiful soul. Thank you, Blue 2. You look like my sister, Blue 2. I thought you were my sister. Thank you for the $2 super chat. And thank you, Gaston, for the $1.99 super chat. Y'all, what was going on? What was going spare? I know, seriously, HRC is like, I'm jealous. I am jealous. Yeah, seriously, she's going to be on someone's podcast tonight. Do you think Diddy will get a fair, impartial trial. No, I mean, I hope so. I love the Spirit Weaver one. I know she's funny. She's like, ew, courier, what? Ew, no. I'm looking it up. Spirit. She's like women dancing in the woods. I want to go. I don't actually want to go. I'm not going. No one go if thinking I'm going. Spirit Weaver gathering. Oh my God, this is so fun. Please. So this is the juror. She's going here. She's like, I have things to do, but I guess, it happens every year, I guess. Oregon Cave Junction. Okay, you know what? Let them meet in the woods and gather and dance if they want to. But she's like, maybe I won't go. Yeah, no, it does sound a little witchy. That's why I said I ain't going. Thanks so much for the $1.99 super chat. 7 Sisters Oracle, your mind plus the web equals answers. Yeah, I mean, you never do know. You never do know. Looks kind of cool. Yeah. Cal on Earth, welcome to memberships. What a vibe. I know, she seems fun. No. Someone's asking, will it be televised? No. Going to be an interesting jury, somebody said. So these people, they just only survived the next round. Remember, they do have those peremptory strikes. So Diddy's lawyers could just exclude any of these people for any reason. I'm going back to Inner City Press. They did just take lunch only 31 minutes ago. Oh, he made a vlog. Let's watch his video. It's a minute long.
Quite exemplative of what New York City is. They had among the prospective jurors. Okay, here we are, Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, here at the Southern District of New York Courthouse, amid Sean DIDDY Combs jury selection. Now, the first morning was really quite exemplative of what New York City is. They had among the prospective jurors interviewed this morning.
He is funny. He said it really was quite exemplative of what New York City is. Because, think about all the different characters, all the different people we heard from and their different backgrounds.
Was a woman who works at HBO, which, of course, as pointed out by Tenny Garagos, one of Sean Combs' 8 lawyers here today, has just recently produced The Fall of Diddy. She remains in the pool. She was not excluded for cause, but Judge Subramanian said she can be questioned in a second round about whether her job at HBO is close enough to the documentary. On the other hand, there was a woman from Simon & Schuster, a head of marketing. She says she's reviewed a press release for a book by Al B. Shore that's all about Diddy. So she was excluded for cause. There was also a woman who designs fonts. There was a guy who works for the Department of Corrections. There was a whole slew of people. We live tweeted all of it. You can find it on Inner City Press. And
y'all go support him.
Continue in the afternoon. And we'll continue. Apparently, it's going to take 3 days. Some say more. Then they'll end up having a jury, and on May 12th, opening statements and going forward. But the circus has arrived, and it's quite something. Inner City Press, we continue.
So now I don't know, what to do because thank you for the $2 super chat, Cal on Earth. Okay, so now I don't know what to do because let's just look up the news. Let's just look up Diddy news and see. Because they're gone for lunch right now, but or yeah, I think it's lunch break right now. But I think this whole thing is going to go until 5 o'clock. So it's I might as well stay on. Let me look up Diddy news and see if anybody's reported things that weren't reported yet. They are shady. It says in the New York Post, hold on, let me turn on reader view. I just cannot deal. Diddy makes sobering admission about his emotions as jury selection in bombshell NYC ST trial kicks off. Business attire clad. Sean Diddy Combs admitted he was feeling anxious Monday as his ST trial kicked off in Manhattan federal court. He ditched his drab jail duds for a blue sweater over a white button down. Y'all, he's got his sweater on. Oh, look, we got a picture of him hugging. Oh, let me take a screenshot. Oh, I need this. Breaking news. We have a pastels photo. scribbled of Diddy smiling, hugging his lawyer. He's wearing I guess this is just what Mark Agnifilo tells his clients to wear, is a sweater with a shirt under it, because this is the same outfit as Luigi Mangione, except a different color sweater. 12 New Yorkers will ultimately decide whether the famously flashy multimillionaire is guilty of leading his Bad Boy Records company as a depraved criminal enterprise for decades. Diddy is accused of helming a racketeering conspiracy that coerced women. Groups of prospective jurors, starting with a panel of 50 people on Monday morning, are being grilled on a questionnaire they filled out last week. They'll likely be asked about their views on the hip-hop industry and on people engaging in sexual relations with multiple sexual partners, among other topics, before learning if they've been selected to judge Combs's fate. One possible panelist, Juror 20, admitted that she liked a video on her Instagram page of a comedian poking fun at the 1,000 bottles of baby oil the feds said they found when raiding Combs's mansions. She was allowed to stay in the pool of jurors after saying she could judge the case fairly. Look, there's Diddy, y'all. They got his hair white. Look at that hair, y'all. It is barely any pepper left. It's just the salts. The I'll Be Missing You rapper forced his lovers to bleep with male bleep while he watched, and filmed the escapades to use as leverage, threatening to release the footage if the women did not obey his demands, the feds say. So that's not me saying that, that's the feds. He's also accused of serving as the kingpin of a scheme to carry out violent assaults, kidnappings, at least one arson, distributing narcotics, and bribing potential witnesses to cover up his abuse. The rap mogul who founded the sportswear label Sean John in 1998 is being allowed by the judge to wear his own outfits in court instead of his jail uniform. Combs has pleaded not guilty to the charges, but he faces a possible life sentence in prison. He plans to argue during an expected 2-month-long trial that the FO encounters were consensual part of his admittedly kinky, but not criminal, life. The accusers in the case are former long-term girlfriends who were involved in consensual relationships. The rapper's legal team said in a statement last month, quote, "This was their private life, defined by consent, not coercion." 12 jurors and 6 alternatives will ultimately be selected in a process that Judge Aaron Subramanian hopes to complete in just 3 days. Opening statements are scheduled for this coming Monday, a week from today. It'll be on May 12th, hopefully. The jury will hear from Cassie, whose full name's Cassandra Ventura, plus Combs's other former romantic partners, former and current employees, and workers who participated in the allegedly coerced sexual experiences. Sources close to the case told the Post. Panelists will watch footage of the FO videos. Okay. The panelists will watch footage of the FO videos and will see a trove of evidence that Homeland Security Investigations agents uncovered in the raids in Combs's Los Angeles and Miami mansions, including the more than 1,000 bottles of personal lubricant and baby oil. They'll also see harrowing surveillance video showing Combs shoving, kicking, and dragging Cassie at the Intercontinental Hotel in Century City, Los Angeles in 2016. Combs has been held without bail at the Brooklyn Metropolitan Detention Center for the past 7 months. Okay. Thank you for the $2 super chat again, Kel on Earth. Thanks much for the $2 super chat. You already know I'm tuned in. Nakia, Simone, thank you very much for that $2. Shout out to Zoe, who gifted not 1, but 2 memberships. If you got a membership from Zoe, make sure that you say thank you. And House of Wild, welcome to memberships. Welcome to That Surprise memberships. Okay, this man is guilty of things that won't be spoken of in this courtroom. Anita, I'm starting to feel like maybe they're not charging him with the right stuff. But I don't know. We'll see. Let me look up the Pacer. Let me see if any new documents have been filed today. Who knows? If you're just joining, hi, hello. We are reading, or I'm reading to y'all some live tweets from inside the courtroom of the Diddy jury selection. We're at week 1, day 1. This thing is supposed to be lasting about 8 weeks. That's about 2 months. At least that's what they think. That's what the judge is anticipating. And so just about, I guess maybe now it's probably maybe 40 minutes ago or so, 45 minutes ago or so, they did take a break for the day. A few jurors do seem to have been excused. There was a Simon and Schuster book publisher. I mean, I think the judge excused that potential juror, but it looks like Matthew Russell Lee said that he didn't. So don't take my word for it. This is just live reaction and commentary. But they are in a little bit of a break right now. Hopefully it's not too long, and that way I won't have to like start a whole new live. But right now I'm just catching up on a few things that I didn't have time to catch up on yet. Like, for example, I'm checking the Pacer, the court docket, to see if anything has been filed today since the last time I checked. Now, last time I checked, nothing new had been filed. Yes. Okay. Yes. The juror questionnaire has been entered. So this is actually really good to have. Let me take my bracelet off. It's dragging across my desk. Okay, cool. So we got the jury questionnaire. Let's take a look at that. Let me just save it and do all of that stuff. What do y'all think about the AI Diddy in the thumbnail? It's like we don't have any real pictures of him, so I had to get an AI one. And put a thumbs up on the video if you notice the AI, that it was AI. Okay. I mean, I'm not really trying to hide it. It wasn't like a secret. Okay, so this came out when? Today. So what I'm doing right now, I'm pulling up a document. It's the jury questionnaire that they're actually like asking. 17 pages long. Preliminary, okay, jury. Okay. And then what else is there? Let me show y'all what I'm looking at here. Okay, there we go. See what I mean? This is document 315, and we'll take a look at it in just a moment, but I want to show y'all there was something else filed as well. See this 316, this is the voir dire entered today. So I'm just going to download these. Oh, wow. This is cute. I never saw anything like this. I went a little bit more like business route in law school. So like I never really saw stuff like this. Prospective jurors, both sides agree should proceed to in person. Okay. So look, we already have this many prospective jurors that both sides agreed. So these are the ones that both sides agree could come in to be questioned in person. And these are the jurors that were indeed questioned today in person. Remember 2, 4, 5, 6, 15, 20, 22, 25, 28, 29. I don't recognize every single one of these numbers, but yeah. And then we did 55. So these are the jurors that were already questioned in person today. Maybe even a few more. I'll go and look at the tweets, but let me save this. This is cool. This is a nice little guide to have and go by while we're trying to follow along at the jury questionnaire process, or the jury selection, the jury selection process. This is 316. Jurors, prospective juror voir dire, both sides agree. Okay. I spelled voir wrong. Okay, let me go check on Intercity Press's Twitter and see if he is back in the courtroom.
Okay, here we are, Matthew.
Shout out to Hibiscus Rose for the $4.99 super sticker. Thank you so much. DD, yes, listening while I work and loving it. Thank you for that. Being a member for 9 months. Wow. Got my eye. Rando Girl said, I got my eye on juror 22. Which one is that? I need to like print it out and write notes by these jurors. Like now that I have that sheet. Okay. Let me pull up that jury selection questionnaire. And that way we'll be able to maybe like cross-reference when the judge is like, you answered on question 24, question 10, whatever. We'll be able to have our little sheet. Oh no. Okay, hold on. Sorry. One more thing I gotta do. Okay. Let's go to Matthew Russell Lee Twitter. Okay, so we do have some answers to some questions from Matthew Russell Lee. Somebody said this HBO juror needs to be dismissed. They work at HBO, and HBO has made documentaries about Diddy. Why are all these problematic jurors being let in by the judge? And Matthew Russell Lee answers this question. He actually provides some clarification. He says the HBO prospective juror, while Judge Subramanian did not excuse her, quote, for cause, he said she can be further questioned whether her job at HBO puts her near the fall of Diddy. And Diddy's lawyers could use a peremptory challenge on her. We'll see. Very measured, very accurate. Someone says this is more entertaining than the actual case. He retweeted it and said, well, we don't know that yet. I'll be live tweeting the trial too. Okay, so let's take a look. He hasn't come back yet. No, 22 is funny. I know. She's like, ew, never. We'll see. I don't know. I wouldn't want anyone with any connection. Yeah, no, but we will see. I wouldn't really. I told y'all I wouldn't want anybody who could work for that company on my jury. Okay, let me see. I'm gonna pull up the jury questionnaire. It was just filed on the docket today, the final one that they actually used. So here it is. Preliminary instructions. Read the following. You're sworn to give the true and complete answers. Do not discuss the questions or answers or the case with anyone new or until further instructed by the court. Do not do your own research on the case. They give a summary of the case. Potential jurors will be called back for further questioning. From Monday, May 5th through Friday, May 9th. Your availability during this week is required. The trial will commence Monday, May 12th. It's expected to last about 8 weeks. Generally, it will be 5 days a week, Monday through Friday during the first week of trial. But then after the first week of trial, it will be from 9:30 to 3. Oh, man, they added some Fridays. They weren't going to do Fridays. It was just going to be Monday through Thursday. But I guess now trial will not be held on Friday, May 23rd, which is the Friday before Memorial Day, Monday, May 26th, which is Memorial Day, Thursday, June 19th, which is Juneteenth, or Friday, July 4th, which is Independence Day. If you are selected as a juror, you will be required to to be present for the taking of testimony and evidence for as long as the trial lasts. There are no plans to sequester the jury, which means you will go home every day after court. I would not want that. I would be trying to get them to sequester this jury if I was Diddy or his lawyers. Our court justice system depends on you, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so here's the questions. Do any circumstances exist that would give you a hardship? So here's the questions. Personal commitments, making it difficult, difficulty reading, speaking, understanding English, medical, physical, mental condition makes you unable to serve on a jury, difficulty hearing, seeing, reading, concentrating, taking any medication that would prevent you from giving your full attention to all the evidence of this trial. Do you have any prepaid, non-refundable travel plans scheduled between May 12th and July 18th? Do you have any religious, philosophical, or other beliefs that would make you unable to render a verdict in a criminal case? Question number 7. So this may be where the guy had said, or the lady or whoever it was had said, yeah, I'm against capital punishment. I was reading somebody else's comments. The charges in this case involve allegations of kidnapping, arson, bribery of a witness, et cetera, et cetera. Is there any of this stuff that would make it difficult for you to be fair and impartial? There may be evidence of graphic videos, photographs. Would it be difficult for you to see those and be and be fair and impartial. Now, remember, there was somebody who did say yes. I think that hearing this and listening to this stuff would make me uncomfortable. She did, and she was excused. There may be evidence of as explicit videos, photographs, and language in connection with the case. Would such evidence interfere with your ability to sit fairly and impartially in a hearing? Would you be able to listen and discuss matters of sexual nature with fellow jurors? Have you, a family member, or someone close to you been the victim of SAS harassment or domestic violence? If yes, would that experience affect your ability to fairly and without bias sit as a juror in this case? Have you, a family member, or someone close to you been accused or charged with SA or domestic violence? If yes, would that experience affect your ability to sit as a juror on this case? Anyone close to you, you or a family member have ever been a victim of a violent crime? Reported or not? Was there an arrest? What was the outcome? Have you or anyone close to you ever been accused, arrested, charged, or convicted of a crime other than a traffic ticket? And I do think we got some answers to things like that. People saying, I had an open container. I stole a wand from Universal Harry Potter World. Have you or any member of your family with whom you resided at the time, or a close friend, ever been employed by or receiving training from any local, state, or federal law enforcement agency? Do you have any personal, religious, philosophical, or other beliefs that would prevent you from being fair and impartial in this case? Under the law, the facts are for the jury to determine, and the law is for the judge to determine. If you are required to accept the law as the judge explains it to you, even if you do not like the law or disagree with it. You must determine the facts according to these instructions. Do you accept this principle? And will you be able to follow the judge's instructions if selected to serve on the jury? The law provides that a defendant in a criminal case is presumed innocent at all stages of the trial and is not required to put on any defense at all. The government is required to prove that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt on each charge. Do you accept these principles? And will you be able to apply them? Defendants have absolute right not to testify, and a juror cannot hold it against them if he chooses not to testify. Do you accept this principle, and will you be able to apply it? A juror is required by law to make his or her decision based solely on the evidence or the lack of evidence presented in court, and not base his decision on conjecture, suspicion, bias, sympathy, or prejudice. Do you accept this principle? Under the law, the question of punishment is only for the court to decide. And thus, the issue of punishment must not enter into your deliberations as to whether the defendant is guilty or not as charged. Do you accept this principle? This case is likely to receive ongoing media attention. As instructed above, from now until your jury service is complete, you are instructed to avoid all media coverage and not go on the internet or social media with regard to this case for any purpose. That is, you are forbidden from consuming any news media or social media about this case and from discussing this case or anyone participating in this case outside of the courtroom. You must also not discuss this case with anyone. That includes family, friends, spouse, domestic partner, colleagues, coworkers. These instructions apply from now until you are either dismissed from the jury selection or chosen as a juror and the trial is complete. When we return from the next step in jury selection, the judge is going to ask you if you followed this instruction, and then he did today. They also ask about prior jury service. Have you ever served as a juror in a trial in any court? Have you ever served as a member of a grand jury in any court? Is there anything about your past jury service that would prevent you from acting as a fair and impartial juror in this case? He goes on to ask about relationships or possible relationships with participants. And remember, this questionnaire was hotly debated. They went back and forth on this questionnaire for a while, the two different sides, Diddy's side and the feds' side. And what I'm looking at here appears to be a compromise down the middle of things that each side wanted. The U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York, Jay Clayton, or anyone else who used to work for the U.S. Attorney's Office for the Southern District of New York. So do you know any of these people? Look, do you or any member of your family or close friend personally know or have past or present dealings with any of the following people? Sean Combs or any of his family members, Jay Clayton, the U.S. attorney, any of the assistant U.S. attorneys, Maureen Comey, Meredith Foster, Emily Johnson, Christy Slavic, Madison Smizer, Mitzi Steiner, any of the defense attorneys, Mark Agnifilo, Terry Garagos, Anna Estevayo, Alexandra Shapiro, Jason Driscoll, and Brian Steele, or the United States District Judge, Judge Subramanian. If you answered yes to any of the above, please explain. Then they ask about the knowledge of the case. This case and other matters involving Diddy have been widely reported in the national and local media. There is nothing wrong with having seen or heard something about this case or about Mr. Combs, but it is important to answer all of the following questions truthfully and fully. Before today, had you read, seen, or heard anything about Diddy's criminal charges brought against him? If yes, please summarize. Have you personally formed any opinion about his guilt or innocence of the crimes charged as a result of anything you have heard, read, or seen? I would say unsure. I would say unsure. They would need to say no or unsure. Like if they say yes, they're out, right? Have you personally formed an opinion? If they say yes, they're out. Or not applicable. I've not seen or read or heard anything about it. Based on anything you have read, seen, or heard about Mr. Combs, including anything about the criminal charges against him, have you formed any opinions about Diddy that might make it difficult for you to be fair and impartial in this case? Yes or no? Have you communicated to others, posted your opinion on social media or online, or liked any social media posts about Mr. Combs? So this must be why that one lady had answered. She had said, maybe it was a he. I don't know why I'm saying she, but that one lady had said, yes, I liked a post from a comedian about baby oil. Based on anything you've read, seen, or heard about Mr. Combs, including anything about criminal charges brought against him, would you be able to follow the court's instruction to put that information out of your mind and decide this case based only on the evidence presented at trial? And then finally, is there any matter not covered by this questionnaire that you think is important to bring to the attention of the court? And then here is the signature page. So that is very interesting. Those are the questions. So now we have a little bit of an idea about wait, what? Ben who? Shapiro had an incident. I don't know what this is. Okay. Lying about knowing anything about the same case. A lot about not knowing or seeing anything. One potential juror has something to do with I'll be sure. I know. I covered this, Lonnie. It was the chief marketing director at Simon and Schuster. Simon and Schuster is a huge book publishing company, and it's the I'll be sure book called Do You Believe Me Now? Or Believe Me Now? ? And the person was like, yeah, I could probably be impartial, but I probably have to tell everybody to stop sending me press releases for the book. It's like, okay, girl. Like, I don't think that person needs to be on the case as a juror. They are going to have to get a bunch of people that are antisocial or don't know how to use social media for a jury. Well, Phoenix, they are going to allow some people to move forward who have seen some stuff about it. That is what it appears like to me. Maggie, they narrow them down a few different ways. There's strikes that get made. First of all, some of these people have already been stricken as potential jurors, as jurors. Different reasons. Some of them can't be there because they can't get off work. We did see one guy who had just started working at a hotel and he can't get off work, so he was excused. We saw somebody, say that she had a trip planned. If you have like prepaid for trip or something like that, if you're not going to be able to get off work, if you have extreme circumstance, like you have to stay home with your kids and there's nobody to stay home with them, if your job won't let you off, there's stuff like that. And then there's the for cause strikes, like people saying, I would feel uncomfortable sitting and listening to this evidence. I'm not going to be able to be impartial. They would, that's one way they narrow it down. So there's a lot of different ways that they take this huge jury pool and narrow it down. And this is a thing too, JL. People are calling it damning evidence, and anybody that's saying damning evidence is getting looked at a little suspiciously. Who invited these jurors? I'm a bit worried. I think you get it in the mail. At least where I live, you get it in the mail. Like you've been selected to be a juror and you have to show up on a certain day. I'm refreshing Inner City Press's Twitter to see if they're back in court yet. Looks like no, not yet. Yeah, the pentagram lady too. Salacious. I live beside an Amish settlement. They would never serve in one of our juries. Yeah, maybe they have like a religious exemption or something. I really don't know. Yeah, I would hate to watch hours of his FO tapes. It would make me feel uncomfortable. Same. I wouldn't want to watch it. I don't really have a desire to see it personally. In any way. Let's see. I'm gonna look up some more news. I'm gonna look up some more Diddy news. Diddy. Jury. Let's see what's on the front page of Google. Let's see whose PR firm paid the most to put their stuff up. No, I'm just kidding. Kinda. Sorta. Sorta. Diddy trial begins with jury selection. Appears for the first time. Let's see USA Today. See if they've updated. Several jurors say they've seen alleged assault video. We did also cover that here already. The criminal trial for Sean Puff Daddy Combs kicked off with jury selection. Where did I read that part? Heard. Okay. As jury selection got underway, prospective jurors said they had heard news about allegations against Diddy, seen a video of him allegedly assaulting a woman, and even heard a comedian joke about baby oil. Authorities say they found in his residences. The goal is to get through all of them in 3 days, though it is taking a long time. Some of this is stuff we've already read. Step inside the courtroom. Look, is that a new picture? I think we already saw that one. Yeah, because I was like, they did her dirty. One prospective juror said she had liked a video on social media which a comedian joked about Diddy and baby oil. I remember liking it because I thought it was funny, said the juror, who Subramanian decided was qualified after they said they would still be able to put the video aside and be impartial. According to Diddy's original indictment, the baby oil bottles were used during the hip-hop mogul's alleged FO parties, which were described as elaborate and produced as performances that involved as workers. I'm a little nervous today as jurors continued to be dismissed. Diddy asked the judge for a short bathroom break, according to multiple reports. He told the judge, "I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm a little nervous today." The court is set to break soon for lunch. So here's, let's look at the gallery. Let's look at the different pictures. Yeah, this is a good little historical moment. Some of the pictures. They made him a blonde right here, y'all. The man has had every color hair. Sean Diddy Combs stands with his attorneys before U.S. District Judge Arun Subramanian to observe the pool of potential jurors entering for the first day of his ST trial in New York. May 5th, 2025. This in this courtroom sketch. So that's them. I think that must be Brian Steele because it does not look like Agnifilo. Look at him, so happy and gleeful. He embraces his attorneys before jury questioning got underway in his ST trial in New York City, May 5th, in this courtroom sketch. Lead attorney Brian Steele is shown in the courtroom on May 5th in this courtroom sketch. That's a good thumbnail pic. Wait, let me take a picture of this. I like this. I do like the courtroom sketches. I don't like that the court is not transparent. Like, I don't like that they don't let it be what's it called, televised. Like, it should just be televised in my opinion. But I do kind of like that there's like artists that sits in there and paints and draws and stuff. That's like kind of cool that like is still alive and going on. Look at that face. Y'all, is it bald or is it just like she ran out of white color or what? Like, why is his hair blonde? Diddy observes the pool of potential jurors entering for his trial. He must have a jacket and a sweater. Sits at the defense table during his pretrial conference next to Tina Garagos, member of his defense team in New York, April 25th, 2025, in this courtroom sketch. Sits with members of his defense team. We already saw that picture. Oh, this is a old one. There's Agnifilo. Stands with one of his lawyers, Mark Agnifilo, during a hearing, pled not guilty. Okay, these are older pictures. This is March 14th, December 18th. And he was Just for Men was still working. He had Anthony Riccio. Oh, I wish he'd close his mouth. Poor thing. Bless his heart. What's he's waving to somebody. Bows and waves back to friends and family who wave at him as he attends a hearing in federal court in the Manhattan borough of New York City. This is October. Yeah, this is all the way back in September. He was looking more robust. Yeah. This is the first sketches. Okay, well, that was interesting. Going down Just for Men memory lane. Washington Post has published something. Why not just check that out? Yeah, that was what some people were saying. They don't have. No, there's no Garagos. It's only Teeny. I think maybe they were going to have Mark join, but he hasn't yet. You said he was waving at me. Yeah, he was blowing kisses to people. They're being way too nice with the sketches. What is he looks? I don't know what he is. I love the artists that do this. Yeah, it's cool. Please don't tell me. Oh yeah, Ardana, yes, ma'am, or sir, yes. We are going through the case. Like, this is how we have to go through the case. Yes, there's no cameras. Been saying this for a few months. Is Diddy's family in the court? I don't know. What stands out to me the most so far? I'll be sure. The fact that the HBO employee and the HBO employee and the Simon and Schuster, I'll be sure, director of marketing or whatever, were back to back. That's probably stood out the most. No, Spooky Spoon. Y'all, I've been trying to tell y'all this for like months. There's never cameras in federal court. It's like one of my big things. I'm like, why isn't there? It should be. We need the transparency. We need it. Like, it's necessary. No cameras. It's gonna have to be me doing this. If you appreciate how much work that is, you're welcome to like the video, give a super chat, something like that. Okay, well, if you think it's gonna be boring, you're banned from my channel because there's nothing I do is boring. So why is it not televised? Because they don't want us to have cameras in the court. Why do courtroom sketches still look like they're drawn with crayons? I think they are. It wasn't so bad the last time. There was a lawyer tweeting a play-by-play. Yeah, exactly. I don't know what technicalities he can use for appeal. That's up to his lawyers. You have to pay me $5 or $7 or $1,000 an hour for me to get on to what technicalities. Sorry, I just got here. Thank you for covering. You're welcome. Federal trials are not televised. Sorry. Just for Men memory lane. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Let's go back to like a Diddy news. Sean trial and charges. Let's see what AP had to say. AP News. Federal case, entrepreneur. Jury selection could last several days. Opening statements by the lawyers are expected next week. Several dozen prospective jurors got a brief description of the charges against him, Diddy, from the judge, who reminded them that Diddy had not pled guilty or had pled not guilty and was presumed innocent. As the judge spoke, Combs sat with his lawyers. He wore a sweater over a white collared shirt and gray slacks. The judge had allowed him that rather than jail clothing. His hair and goatee were almost fully gray because dye isn't allowed in jail. Unlike other recent high-profile celebrity trials, his won't be broadcast live because federal courtrooms don't allow electronic recordings inside, meaning courtroom sketch artists will serve as the public eyes in the courtroom. The trial is expected to take at least 8 weeks. If convicted, he faces the possibility of decades, up to life, in prison. Several prospective jurors indicated they had seen news reports featuring a key piece of evidence in the case. A video of the hip-hop mogul hitting and kicking one of his accusers in a Los Angeles hotel hallway in 2016. One prospective juror described a still image she saw from the video, saying it was damning evidence. That woman was rejected from consideration. After another juror was oh my God. After another juror was dismissed, Diddy asked for a bathroom break, telling the judge, "I'm sorry, Your Honor, I'm a little nervous today." The indictment alleges Diddy engaged in a 2-decade pattern of abusive behavior against women and others with the help of people in his entourage and employees from his network of businesses. And I wonder if Lou Taylor is going to get brought up in this one. I mean, that was one of the videos I made. Yeah, that was one of the videos that I made. I got distracted by this comment. Simon & Schuster rep said they would have to tell their work colleagues to cease sending info on that book in question. Yeah, I mean, so that means they've already started getting press releases, right? Like you have to stop sending them. Is it a lack of hair dye or did he dye it white? I think it's a lack of hair dye. I'm trying to do laundry and Monica multitasking. Yeah. Shout out to the mods. I mean, it's going to be a stretch here. So like, if you can't be in here, that's okay. Like, understand this is, going to be long. Thank you, Texas. Lou Taylor needs her own trial. Somebody said, ooh, Spooky Spoon said, hair dye probably considered a poison. I have no idea, girl. Thanks so much for the $4.99 super chat. Simon & Schuster also published Britney Spears' book. Yes, they did. The Woman in Me. Yes, they did. Thank you, B. Conlon, for reminding me of that. Simon & Schuster did publish Britney's book. They do have cheap hair dye in jail. Well, I guess he's not. This is an interesting question. Where did names like Mike Myers and Kanye West come from during the questioning of jurors, while those names were not referenced in the questionnaire? Great question. So, in addition to the questions in the questionnaire, there was a list. I don't think we have it as the public, but there was a list of places and names. Some of the places on there, from what I could tell from reading Inner City Press's tweets, were the Peninsula, which is like a hotel, which also came up in the Harvey Weinstein case. Another place, I forget which one, like a hotel. People on the list include Michael B. Jordan, Kid Cudi. They're telling us that Al B. Sure and Kim Porter are going to be discussed in some way in the trial. But on this list, the jurors were given a list of places and people, and potential jurors were given a list of people and places, and they were prompted to let the court know if any of the people or places they recognized. So like Kanye West must be on that list. These are just people that could come up at trial, I think. But that is the answer to the question. Where did the names come from if they're not on the questionnaire? That list that they're looking at the sidebar. Oh, is Court TV saying stuff? What are they saying? So does anyone know? Okay, they're back. They're back. Okay, we're back in, y'all. We're back. I'm going to have to get some snacks and stuff. This is a good, why did I do that? Hold on. It's a good practice round for next week, whenever it's 9 to 5, 5 days a week. They're back. They're going to begin with juror number 60. Judge Subramanian said, you answered that you or someone close to you were the victim of SA or harassment. Would you prefer to discuss this privately? The juror says yes. So the courtroom goes confidential. So he can't tweet about this right now. We'll begin with juror 60. So let me pull up while we're waiting for that. Let me pull up the list of jurors that we're actually going to be looking at here. And I'll show you which ones we've already gotten through. So here's a list. It was just filed today, 5/5, May 5th. And we're on juror 60 here. Okay, so that means all of these ones right here, we've already gotten through them. Okay, so we're on this one now. And this one right here had answered affirmatively. So answered yes to the question of, have you ever or a family member ever been, dealt with SA, as harassment, etc. This person said yes, and I want to talk about it privately. I don't want to talk about it on the record. I want it to be confidential. So now the judge is just allowing this person to do that. We don't know the gender of this person. It's a male or a female, but we are here, and we're on day 1, week 1. So we've already gotten through, how many is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So we're on the 17th prospective juror. I am going to start taking notes on these jurors. Let me get my notebook out. We're waiting right now because they just went off the record. They just went confidential because somebody wanted to answer a question privately. Now, this was previewed earlier. The judge did say he anticipated that this would happen. There would be some private, some questions that people would prefer to answer, off the public record, but still it would be on the transcript. So that's what we're waiting for. Let me go back to Inner City Press's Twitter and see if anything's happened. I'm just going back to his Twitter. I have to switch through some stuff here. Okay. So still the most recent thing still the most recent thing that was tweeted by Matthew Russell Lee is that tweet about her wanting to go, or him, whoever it is, wanting to go off record. Thanks so much, Boy Mom X3, for the $4.99 super chat. Boy Mom X3 asks, excuse my ignorance, but I know this is a federal trial, so no cameras, but what about all the civil charges he has coming? It depends. Usually the Southern District of New York, usually also, that's Fed, sorry, excuse me. Usually state court in New York also doesn't have cameras, but they can allow them if they want. The issue is it's still federal court. So anywhere that there's a federal court, even if it's not criminal, is usually still not going to have cameras. That's my understanding. So yes, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. So no, I don't believe, at least like the Busby ones and stuff, will be televised. However, he has been sued in many jurisdictions. So it's a great question. Thank you for the $1.99 super chat. It's a great question. I think, the answer is possibly some of them will be televised. That is possible, but I don't think in the federal cases they will be. Whoever is sending back emojis in the live chat, you rock. Yes, slay. I'm really enjoying your broadcast. Thank you so much, Doris Langan. I was about to say Langdon. There's no D there. Thanks so much, Doris. I'm behind and catching up. The Spirit Weaver lady, love her. Isn't she funny? She's kind of like the star of the round one, I think. She's funny. The judge was like, what kind of fonts? Like Courier? And the answer to that was yes. It's like that, like fonts. That's what I mean. But she's like, ew, never. Okay, we're back. We're back. Got another tweet going on. Judge, you're excused. Okay, get out of here. She's excused, or he. The deputy will tell you where to go next. Juror 60 leaves. Next juror, female. I know 3 or 4 on the list. Not personally. I know of them. Dallas Austin and Dawn Richards. And I grew up watching MTV. Okay. Who didn't? Who didn't? If you were born from 1985 to 1999, who didn't grow up watching MTV? Juror 52 is Spirit Weaver. Okay, good. Good to know. I think my mom's in the chat. Hopefully she's making me like an Excel spreadsheet of jurors. That would be good. She's like good at spreadsheets. Put a 555 in the chat if your mom is good at spreadsheets. Okay. Hey, Deron Bell. How are you? How are you? Shout out to the mods in the chat. Everybody give the mods a thumbs up. I think I saw Oklahoma, saw Diamond Rainbow in here. I think Mustard might have been in here. Definitely Monica's in here. Definitely Monica's in here. Okay, we have another tweet. I was hit by a car, this next juror says. Got foot surgery, and my boyfriend of the time got a Titanic plate in the Bronx. My uncle was charged with beep. His then baby mama. Oh my God. The judge said, can you be fair? Juror, I think it wouldn't be a problem. The details were vague. So which juror is this? So which one comes after 60? I might be able to try and piece together what number juror this is. What comes after 60 on the list? Because it's not all like all the numbers. It skips numbers. What the hell? Oh, I need okay. The next one after 60 is 61. So I think that's that juror. Okay. So that's interesting. So this juror is answering the different questions. The Spirit Weaver juror saying I work at a bougie design firm is funny. No one that's not a criminal in that family, DJ I Stand with DJ T, said, my mother robbed a bank. Judge, that's perfect. Oh my goodness, I know you have to fill out forms before you're even summoned for jury, but every one of these people are nuts, Lisa Gill said. Hit by a car, got foot surgery, boyfriend got a Titanic plate in the Bronx. My uncle was charged with his baby mama, and the judge is like, okay, but can you be fair? I'm just refreshing. When I started this live almost 2 hours ago, we were hours behind, but I had a feeling we would catch up, especially because they went on a break for lunch. They went on 2 breaks, actually, a bathroom break and a lunch break. Thank you, House of Wild, for the $5 super chat. I really do appreciate that. I really appreciate y'all's super chats. I wasn't even going to come on live today, so I really appreciate that. You should strike which one are gone. I would be curious what the percentage is now. Yeah, I'm gonna have to really go back and see because it's unclear from the tweets which ones are gone for sure. Interesting perspective jurors to say the least. And Matthew Russell Lee kind of said the same thing. He was like, it's really been like emblematic of New York City as a whole, just like seeing what these different jurors are doing and what they're saying and stuff. Yeah, if you're just joining us, hi, hello. We are on week 1, day 1, jury selection. They have come back from the lunch break. We've gotten through 17 or 18 prospective jurors. Some have been excused, as in they are not coming back. Some have been, for different reasons. Some have been excused because they've said they wouldn't be able to be fair and impartial. Some because they wouldn't be able to show up for the jury duty. They have prior circumstances, etc. Just refreshing and seeing if we have anything new here. Okay. Oh my gosh, thank you so much, Dolce. Great coverage. Thank you. You're the best. Thank you. You're the best. Thank you for the $50 super chat, Dolce. How are you feeling about this jury selection? Loving your coverage. Grateful. Love from UK. Love to UK. Soul Light. Unalive Monroe said, I wouldn't be fair. Thanks so much to Sophia Marouche for the €3 Oilo super chat. I appreciate that. Super sticker, rather. Thanks so much for that. I would hate to be a mom of a teenage girl and be on this trial. Yeah. That's something that can happen. Thank you, Wendy, for those emojis. Thank you, Sophia. Thank you to Dolce. Let's see. Got anything new here? No. I was hit by a car. That's the most recent one. These tweets are getting views too. That tweet got 1,000 views in just a few minutes. Yes, Soleil. Y'all go over there and support Inner City Press, Matthew Russell Lee, if you can. Most recent tweet we have read from inside the courtroom. They're back from lunch break and they are questioning jurors. I guess I can show y'all where we are on the jury selection paper. Have it right here. Let's get rid of 60 and 61. Cross those out. Strike through. So we've gotten through these ones that I have highlighted. Next, I think coming in should be 62. Maggie said, my dad is a federal lawyer and taught me well, but I still don't know if I could be fair as a woman. Thanks so much, Saul. Nice to meet you. I've been watching you for a while. Love your channel. I'm very grateful for all you do for the community. Well, you are welcome. Do I think there's a strategy behind Diddy's appearance? Maybe, could be. I mean, I was under the impression he just didn't have access to hair dye, but yeah, maybe. I mean, I do think there is something to be said for like putting these guys on trial and making them look like a shell of their former selves. I do think there may be some strategy. Could be. I don't know. Are they questioning them outlook or on paper? I don't know. I don't understand the question. Sorry. Okay, let's see if anything else has been tweeted here. CMT said, Young Thug was there in person for every jury question, 6 to 8 months of jurors. Wow. PM said, definitely remember when Weinstein showed up to his trial to grip it. Let's see if Inner City Press has tweeted anything else. Why is it not bringing this up? I'm trying to share. Okay, there we go. Okay, 6 seconds ago. Somebody saw the HBO documentary. Oh my God. Oh my God. Breaking news. Breaking news. I saw a documentary on HBO. Judge, any further questions? I have one. The assistant U.S. attorney says, hold on, let me make this bigger. Okay. If you heard testimony from people you saw on the HBO documentary, would you believe them? The juror, it would depend. I don't remember much. I did go back and watch that HBO Fall of Diddy documentary and I couldn't even finish it. I tried to watch it yesterday. Because what had happened was I started watching the Downfall of Diddy on accident. There's 2 of them. There's the Fall of Diddy and the Downfall of Diddy. The Downfall of Diddy is a little miniature series, but the Fall of Diddy is, I think, the HBO one. God, now I don't remember. It's hard to remember. And so if I'm a jury in the case, it would be difficult for me to remember which one I saw, which one I was listening to or whatever. But the person does say, yes, I saw a documentary and I saw it on HBO. And then the assistant U.S. attorney, the prosecutor is like, okay, well, if you heard testimony from the people that you saw on that documentary, Would you believe them? They're like, I don't know. It depends. Hold on a second. I need to send a text to somebody. Oh my God, these thumbnails. Hold on. Okay. Let's see if anything new is happening. We got a juror, breaking news. We got a potential juror in here that's seen The Fall of Diddy on HBO. They know how to make a freaking hit piece. I'll tell you that. Oh my God, he hates the UN. He is so funny for this. Look at this video. Face of UN duplicity. As UN bans inner city press. 2,583rd day. No reply. Wow, they suck. Okay, nothing else since the HBO. Nothing else since the HBO live tweet. The person said they had seen an HBO documentary, but that didn't really affect their judgment one way or another. Camille said, I would get stricken from the jury pool so fast. You never know. Gray hair on Diddy is using sympathy card for the poor old man. I mean, I think that's what some people are trying to say. Oh, shoot. Okay, let me refresh. Okay, 14 seconds ago, we get another tweet. The juror leaves. The assistant U.S. attorney said, this juror hesitated about the HBO documentary. We anticipate some of these in the documentary testifying at trial. We ask for exclusion. Agnifilo, she said she could be fair. We want to keep her. The judge said she's excluded. So the judge sided with the feds and excluded the juror who had seen the HBO documentary. Even though she said she could be fair, she's out. So moving on. I think that might have been juror 61. It's hard to know. Hopefully he gives us a number soon. What does this mean, somebody from the UK? I know that's what y'all saying over there. The juror's been taking the piss. What does it mean? Because Amy Lee Wood said that too. Like, take the piss if you have to, but it's like, I thought that meant make fun of somebody. But what does this mean? Somebody from over there tell me. I don't get it. Taking the piss. Okay. The juror left and she got excluded. So next, we're gonna have I think it's either juror number 62 coming in or 63. Just seeing what people are tweeting about. All right, let me go to Inner City Press again, see if he said anything else. We are just now caught up on the live tweets from inside the courtroom. We're following Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, and his tweets are on fire. People are reading these things, y'all. Oh my goodness. Look, this tweet right here, the first tweet in the thread, has 137,000 impressions. Agnipolis said, we want to keep her. The judge said she is excluded. I wonder if any of my friends are live. Who else is live right now? Jury people trolling. Taking the piss means taking your Mickey. Girl, I don't know what that means either. Ethical Taylor. Okay, right. Like making a joke of a person or situation. Right. Okay. So that's what I thought. Like with the Amy Lee Wood, she had said they were taking the piss on Saturday Night Live against her teeth. So I get it. Like they were kind of like making fun of her because they had like made fun of her teeth and her character. But then like, what does it mean with the jury? Okay. So what they're doing is ridiculous. Not taking it seriously. Englishman here, by the way. Thank you. Thank you, Addie. Not taking it seriously. Okay. We got a lot of people in here. Okay, in Louisiana, it means they couillon. Okay, couillon. Ooh, they couillon. Put a couillon in the chat. I'm gonna make a new membership level just for the couillon. Just for the couillons. Yeah, okay. Thank you. Thanks to the people, the British. and the UKs and the over the pond friends, across the pond, as they do say. Somebody says it. Okay, I'm gonna refresh. I'm gonna go and see what's new. What's new? Thanks so much, Inked Pixie, for the $9.99 super chat. Just found you and thank you for your coverage. Posted this channel on my X with the same name. Thank you. Thank you so much. And thank you for the $9.99 super chat. I really appreciate all the super chats coming in. I do need to do another fundraiser soon. Ooh, now we need a UK translation. Just couillon just means like a crazy, like a cuckoo, like there's a little, but like not like, you know, DSM-5 diagnosed, just kind of like someone that's wild, little throwed off, little slung off. Sometimes it might be said. You know, I didn't make up this vernacular. You know, I don't say these words. You know, typically I'm just telling y'all what they mean. Put the fun in fundraising. Oh my god, you're funny. Yeah. Summer's like, oh, I wasn't expecting Summer Breeze. I said I was not expecting 504 in the house. Yes, I know a New Orleans queen when I see one. That's that 504. Restart, refresh. Okay. Let's see. Let's go back. Let's refresh Inner City Press. It's like everybody on Twitter alive is on his Twitter right now. 31 seconds. Okay. Juror number 63. Just asked the question 30 seconds ago. So let's see what's going on in here. I was picked up by the police. I thought for no reason. I didn't like it. Several occasions. I can't wipe it off my memory. The judge said, law enforcement agents as witnesses. He said, I would take it with a grain of salt. Those with immunity, too. I can't trust. So I think he's saying I would take their word with a grain of salt. I wouldn't give law enforcement any particular more weight. You know, who knows if they're telling the truth. And especially if they have immunity. Yeah, they have immunity. So, I mean, I really can't trust what they say, is what this person is saying, because they're saying, you know, they were unfairly treated by the police before. I was picked up, I think, for no reason. I didn't like it on several occasions, and I can't wipe it off my memory. So I can't put that to the side and forget about it. A few seconds ago. This is juror number 63. So let me update my list. Like I said, I hope my mom is making me an Excel spreadsheet. That'd be good. Okay, juror number 63 is the one that got picked up by cops. Didn't like it. And no reason. Okay, so I have that there on 63. Just making my little notes here. Okay, let's refresh this. Nothing new. Dim couillon. Oh my gosh, all the Cajuns and the Creole cousins are coming out. Them couillons lies them. They do. They do, Misha. Thanks for the $4.99 super chat. Fifi LaRue. Thanks so much. That's a nice 504 name. So 304 outside. I don't know what's 304. You know what 318? Defense, we will keep. Yeah, exactly. HRC's like, oh, we want him. We want that guy. Defense wants to keep them, CMT said. Oh, man. Can we investigate how Burger King passes for edible? I mean, I'll eat a Burger King onion ring from time to time. Oh my god, this is funny. You'll clap when I'm gone. When he asked for the bathroom break, taking the piss was not what I was thinking. Stop the madness. It's bigger than Diddy. Yeah, glamorous. Nice AI Samuel Jackson picture from ChatGPT. That's interesting. If glamorous is not a bot, which how can we possibly know because there's no picture, but I've been saying it's bigger than Diddy a long time. So I don't know who the you all is. I don't know who you could possibly be talking to, but I know for sure it's not me because I've been saying that. Yes, indeed, man. Even a French couillon, even in real French, couillon means imbecile. Is that true? Oh, 304. I see what you mean. Yes, this was a term that was used where I come from. Apparently, if you only use that first part of the word, it means something different. That's not what that means, where I come from. It's just kind of like another word for a couillon Cajun, but YouTube don't like that word, even though it's like literally describes like literally me and my people, but whatever. Cheesy tots are fire, somebody said. Rebel Girl Media. Um, why is Michael B. Jordan mentioned? That's a great question, Kaya. That's a great question. They're cutting off a toe so they don't have to amputate the whole leg. That could be. That could be. Yeah, no, it has nothing to do with that. Actually, most of those people would not be people of color. Like they would be like they would look like, you know, pretty much my shade. Although Cajuns can tan a little better than me usually. Couillon is a French word. Oh my god, y'all are funny. Because a lot of times the Cajun French words do not lap over. There's not a lot of overlap. That's a defense dream juror. Okay, let's see. So I think we're just having to wait, you know, between each juror coming up. You know, they're leaving out, they're coming in, they're leaving out, they're coming in. SB said, my parents told me about that phrase and I scolded them. I thought they were kidding. No, it's real. That's real. And I had absolutely no idea it was anything bad until like fairly recently. I didn't know it could even be confused with something else. But somebody, you know, said, I can't believe you said that out loud. And I'm like, what? And I can't say it. Like I said, YouTube don't like the word. But it really isn't anything to do with people of color. It's like it's Cajun French people that don't know how to act like me. It's people like me. That's what that is. Really more my ancestors and stuff. But in the French Canadian, it means the same thing as the part of the male downstairs. No. Acadian or cousins sent to Louisiana. I know. I do. Like, I really do have Canadian cousins because of that. I'm surprised they don't make the jurors take a lie detector test. Okay, let me see. We refreshing. See if anything new has transpired. No, the most recent one was the guy that did not like cops too much. He said he got picked up. Oh, hold on. He said he got picked up by police for possibly no reason. Okay, so I am going to look up Pacer. Maybe something else got put up on here. I don't think so, but why not just check? No, nothing new. Okay, now I am looking at. I want to go look at the USA Today live updates and see if they have anything going on over there. 22 minutes ago, they updated. Yeah. Okay. Look, answered one of y'all's questions that y'all had asked. Jurors were given a list of people and places related to the defendant in some way, including Hollywood and music industry stars such as Michael B. Jordan, Kid Cudi, Michelle Williams, Mike Myers, and others. Who are some of those others that we heard about? Kanye West, Dawn Richard, Dallas, Austin. The goal is still to get through all potential jurors in 3 days. All right. Interesting. Okay, let's go back to the Twitter. See if we have a new juror coming in yet or not. Nope. Most recent is still 8 minutes ago. But look at the views his tweets are getting. Anyone else keeping track of all the legalese? Oh, that's funny. He's excluded. Oh, 2 seconds ago. We have another tweet. That guy's excluded. So they didn't let in the guy who they didn't let in the guy who didn't like the cops. Okay, juror 65, male. I have to take care of my child. I could try. About guilt or innocence, I don't know. The judge, you have to see it first? Yes. I had trouble understanding the questions. The judge excused him for cause. Okay, so juror 65 is out, and so is, it looks like 64. So let me update my sheet here. Oh, there is no 64. That was 63. Okay. So that's why I don't want to like say anything for sure on these yet. I want to get my little sheet together. But I think this one is going to be, yeah, he had to take care of his kid. Had to take care. I'm going to say child care. Child care. Okay. So 65 is excluded. Moving on. 337, yes, the black sheep. What is 337? Is that like Hammond or like Lake Charles? Where is that? Thanks so much for the $2 super chat. Sending you love and light. Thank you so much for the love and light, House of Wild. And thank you for the $2 super chat. There's some intelligence here on the jury pool. I'll be sure. Yeah, exactly. If I wanted to interview you, would you be interested? I host a podcast beyond interested. My girlfriend is mega Britney fan. Send me an email, Steve. Ticken said, my bias would definitely be against the government. Just looking at them sideways, watching for all the corrupt activities that take place in courtrooms. LOL. It's good to announce that too. I don't know which Michelle Williams exactly. They did not clarify. So I wouldn't be able to speak to it. Let's see if there's any new tweets over here. Most recent tweet was the juror that was excluded. Yeah, okay. He's excluded. Okay, so juror number, okay, that was 63. So then juror number 60. Nikki said, let's be real. How many white people are they passing on? Well, you're not allowed to pass on somebody for race. So that would be illegal. I really, it doesn't seem like they're deciding any of this stuff on race because we don't know the race of these people. Some of them, we don't even know the gender. And it does seem like pretty, again, y'all got to remember, this is not the final. It's not like everyone that gets to pass to this next round is going to be on the jury. There's also preemptive strikes, but I do think like a lot of this, like stuff like this is AstroTurf, to kind of rile people up to make us think that it has something to do with race. While I don't really think it does, I do think they do need to go after some higher up people that might happen to be white, but some happen to not be. Some of them happen to be, you know, all kinds of different races and ethnicities. It could be the Michelle Williams from Destiny's Child. I really don't know. The live, yeah, it should be kept up for a replay. Yeah. What stands out to me, Twisted Cookie Monster said, is that Diddy admitted to being nervous. That is something to stand out. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, you wouldn't expect Diddy to be like, oh, sorry, I need to pee right now because I'm nervous. Very interesting. Let's see. Let's see if anything else has been tweeted. We did just get rid of potential juror 63 and 65. 63, he's the one that got picked up by the cops. He didn't like it. He felt like it was for no reason. 65 is the one that needs to watch his kids or his kid. So those two were excluded. So 63 and 65 are off the list. This is why they do have to keep at least some of these people till the next round, because little by little they're going to narrow down. But you can't just kick everybody out all the time. I mean, it's hard to get people to show up for jury duty. I mean, half of y'all in the chat are like, I would hate jury duty. And then the other half are like, I wouldn't be able to be impartial. Which there's some stuff I wouldn't either. Truly. I'm with you. There's some stuff I just have to be like, I could not be impartial. Nothing new. Most recent thing was juror 65. So, I mean, you got to think, each and in between each person, they got to, leave out the room. Another one has to come in. So it does seem like they are going really fast. They have been through, I think it's about close to 20. It's coming up on about 20 potential jurors. Some have been excused. Some have been kept for the next round, but could still be stricken or struck by Diddy's team or by the feds. Do we know how many jurors they will select, or does that normally vary in a federal case like this? Good question, Duran Bell. And that is that we do know. We do know in this case it's going to be 12 jurors. That's going to be the selected jurors, jury pool. But then there is 6 more alternate. So total is going to be 18. But 12 jurors, and then if something happens where, anything can happen to a juror, right? I mean, somebody can have a heart attack and unfortunately unalive. And then what you're going to do? You're going to have to hold mistrial because you only have 11 jurors? No. There's alternates, and they sit in the court every day too. So they're going to pick 18 people to be on the jury, but only 12 are really on the jury, and they may have to sub in an alternate. 6 alternates. Yeah. Plus the 12. Yeah. No, just 6. It's 18. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I could be impartial on the Diddy trial. I could, but there's some things even I couldn't be. I can't think of exactly what right now, but I'm certain there's something. Like, what if it was like a conservator who abused, accused of abusing someone? I would be biased. I'd be like, yeah, they probably did it. Okay, a few seconds ago, juror number 70. We're on to juror number 70. Okay, this is a female juror. Excuse me. She works in a lab in a hospital. She got training, but she has a problem with legal words. Also, man push woman. He does not mean it. Who? My husband. What happened? He pled guilty. They took him to jail. Excused. Whew, I'm not laughing at that. I'm just laughing at like how quick and fast this is moving. Like, okay, shing, shing, shing. Like they're not playing any games. Let me update my chart here. So juror number 70 is excused for cause, it appears, because her husband hit her and went to jail. DV incident. Husband, jail. All right. So the last 3 jurors got excluded. 63, 65, and 70. 63 was the one that was picked up by the cops, didn't like it. He said he was picked up for no reason. And so he would only take potential cop testimony with a grain of salt because he can't really trust them. And then they get immunity. And then 65 was excluded as well because he needed to find childcare. Number 70, a female juror, potential juror, was excluded because this one right here, just tweeted about a minute ago. She was involved in some type of domestic violence incident, and the husband pleaded guilty. Okay, what is all this? Somebody said, always heard New York City was a wild place, but this jury pool is proving it to be true. I think this is a bot. I've been starting to mute things that I think are bots. You'll know why in one of my BJ Investigates is coming soon. Okay, we're refreshing. We're looking to see if anything new has been tweeted. The most recent thing that has been tweeted was a woman getting excused from being a juror because, quote, man push woman does not mean it. My husband, he pled guilty. They took him jail. Okay, so the judge did exclude this juror 70. Anything new? No. So that's the most recent tweet. So they're probably shuffling in. If I had to guess, the next juror is juror 75, if I had to guess, juror 75 will be coming up next. That is, let me show y'all the sheet I'm looking at that made me think this. They did file this sheet, this page just today. So we are getting a little bit of insight into what jurors were already gotten rid of. Okay. So they, excuse me, they started out today with juror number 2. They went to 4, 5, 6, 15, 20, 22, 25, 28, 29, 37, 48, 51, 52, 55, 58, 60, 61. 62, 63, 65, and 70. So those are the ones that have been gone through today. Some of them are still in. Some of them got kicked out. These 3, I just started keeping track after the lunch break with the ones that are coming out now. So this is the 3 that were excused. I'm going to start trying to keep some notes on here, but all these were excluded. So they're not going to be in the trial. 63, 5, and 70. These ones up here, I didn't start that system yet because this was just filed like during the lunch break, basically. And these are the jurors that both, look at the top. These are the prospective jurors that both sides agree should proceed to in-person voir dire, which is what's going on right now. So let's go back to Inner City Press. I'm going to see if he has said anything else yet. Oh, no, not that. I'm not sure, EHC Bunny. EHC Bunny asks, how many of the prospective jurors kicked out are women? I'm not sure. I don't even actually exactly know the gender of all of them. Or even who was actually kept in and who was actually kicked out. I need to do a little bit more of an inventory. Nothing else. Nothing else new. Let's see what's going on in the daily, whatever this thing is. USA Today. Font Girly needs to make it. I know. She's funny. No, nothing new there either. Okay, so let's go back to Twitter. If you're just joining, hi, hello. We are reading tweets from inside the courtroom. Sean P. Combs criminal trial. Week 1, day 1. Jury selection is underway. Opening statements are not scheduled to start until Monday. Most recent tweet from inside the courtroom is from 6 minutes ago. Juror number 70 was the 3rd juror in a row after lunch that was excluded, excused, won't be on the jury. And we're just waiting. We're just waiting for another tweet to come through. And I'm about to turn my air purifier on. Where's my water? Okay. I guess we're still waiting for more jurors to come in. Most recent tweet was 7 minutes ago. Let's see if any new filings have been filed. I doubt it. I mean, they're all in court right now. Inner City Press said that there were 8 lawyers in court with Diddy today. 8 lawyers. 8. Eesh. Yeah, I checked out the Spirit Weaver. Yeah, we went to it. Yeah. I mean, we didn't really inspect it. It looks cute from the outside. Little suspicious. Yeah, I mean, girl, I told you I ain't going. I'm not planning on going to Spirit Weaver gathering, okay? But people can, people can do what they want. All right, let's go back to Inner City Press. Just waiting for another tweet. Local time, 3:28 p.m. Oh my. Thanks so much, baby mine, for the $10 super chat. Personally, I couldn't/wouldn't be on this jury. That damn web. I mean, seriously. I mean, nobody's letting me be on a jury. That's for sure. Thanks so much for that $10 super chat. I really appreciate that. Thanks so much. Real sassafras said, just the 8 lawyers at all. Sounds guilty to me. Who TF is calling Diddy love? I don't think anybody is. I don't know what that was all about anyway. That was very strange. We're just waiting for Inner City Press to tweet the next tweet. We're hanging on his every tweet. 9 seconds ago. What is this? Something new? Y'all, I don't know how he stays on top of all this stuff. Eastern District of New York, Joseph Nocella Jr. has begun serving as interim U.S. attorney sworn in today by Chief District Judge Margot Brody. He will serve as interim United States attorney for a period of 120 days or until a presidential nominee has been confirmed by the Senate. Okay. What about the jury selection? Man, the most recent tweet that we have about the jury selection is about 10 minutes ago. Juror 70 was excluded from participation as a juror because of some previous experiences with a domestic incident. Her husband went to jail, pled guilty for a domestic incident. That's the most recent tweet we have 10 minutes ago. And I just keep tweeting for 10 minutes. He just need one of those jurors to find him not guilty. Always heard NYC was a wild place, okay? Jury pool is insane. What is happening? Hashtag Diddy trial. Let's see. Yep, so they're probably just waiting. Just waiting for somebody to come in. Vintage Mama of 3. Welcome to memberships. That surprise member. Let's see. I'm just waiting for another tweet. There hasn't been anything else filed since the list. We've had 3 jurors in a row excused. 3 jurors in a row excused. One of them because he didn't trust cops and would take their words with a grain of salt. One of them because he couldn't find child care. And one of them because of a previous domestic incident. That was juror 63, 65, and 70, if I recall correctly. Puffy is the only man I know. Changes his name after a breakup. All right, baby mine. Thanks so much. See you next time. I guess my air purifier got unplugged. He was Puff Daddy during the J-Lo era, and he changed his name after their breakup to P. Diddy. That's true. The diddler made victims. He's not a victim. I mean, 2 things can be true. The sort Voctor. 2 things can be true. Someone can be a victim and a predator. It's. I know it's a very, very complex concept for some people to think of, but it is the truth. It is the truth. Okay. 1 minute ago. Okay. Juror 81. We got somebody coming in. Juror 81. She said, I am a behavioral health associate at Elmhurst. Juror 81. I deal with psychiatrists daily. Any patients with trauma? She said they all have trauma. I was with Department of Homeless Services Police. You meant son's prom? 5 p.m. Okay, so she's like, I can't miss my son's prom. It's at 5 o'clock p.m. someday. So juror 81. I'm a behavioral health associate. I deal with psychiatrists daily, and the patients I deal with all have trauma. I was with the Department of Homeless Services police. I was with Department of Homeless Services Police. I didn't even know that was a freaking thing. Then the judge mentioned something about this person's son's prom. And they're like, okay, the prom is at 5 p.m. I don't know what day or whatever. I mean, I'm just reading these tweets with y'all. So I don't know what they're going to do with juror 81. Let me see if that's who's next. No, juror 75. I guess juror 75 didn't come in here. I'm going to highlight that one. I guess I'll make it blue if they didn't show up, or I'll make it yellow if they didn't show up. I'll show y'all my sheet eventually. Thank you for covering this case. As a HT survivor, I want to see him go to jail. I appreciate your work. Yes, and if he did what he is accused of, he should go to jail and he should rot there. He should be under the jail. So I agree with that. Innocent until proven guilty. I don't know. I wasn't there, but if he did it, yes, he should go to jail. Okay, let's go back to the tweets. That's the most recent one. The one with the prom. So juror 75. Let me show y'all this sheet. Here's the sheet. 81's the one with the son going to prom. So I can at least put that here. Son going to prom, and behavioral health and psychiatrist interaction. Okay, but I don't know if that means she's not going to get chosen or what, but like C75 is on this list, but it doesn't look like we got shown 75. Like 70 was the one with the husband. She, was in jail. I mean, husband had gotten brought to jail. It's going to take a long time to pick a jury, Pamela Mills said. Yeah. HRC said all the jurors did show up. They are sorting. So maybe they're not going in order. Does seem like they hope it works out for prom, Mom, Tammy Walton said. 75 didn't answer yes to what? I don't know what you're saying. Will Lou Taylor have to show up? Timo wants to know. I mean, I'm wondering. I hope so. That's what I was saying this morning. I made a video. It's going to come out later. I have a few more minutes of it to edit. And it's going to come out later. But I made a video saying this. Like, you really can't get far into Sean P. Puff Daddy Combs' financials without running immediately into Lou Taylor / AKA TriStar Sports and Entertainment. Yishi, thank you for covering jury selection with actual substance. You wouldn't have law credentials by any chance, do you? I don't, you need to be more specific with law credentials. I do have a Juris Doctorate. I went to law school, I graduated, and I did pass the bar, but I gave up my license to practice law voluntarily. So I do not represent clients. I do not give legal advice. This is just opinions and commentary. So in the context of this jury selection process coverage and my Diddy coverage, it's just opinions. But yes, I am obviously unable to detach myself from the fact that I do have a legal education. I went to the University of Pennsylvania Law School. The jury questions, if they answered yes, they have to be questioned personally. Oh, some of the others didn't. So they move on. Thank you, HRC. That is very helpful. Some of these people needed to have questions asked to them separately for clarification and stuff like that. Some of these people just automatically passed through. And that is what I'm being told is 75 is one of these people. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm thinking. The pretty girl. Diddy got too comfortable with the feds, Robin said. OSS operations, they no longer need Diddy now that they have all the tapes, just like Epstein. Well, hey, that would be crazy if that's what's going on. Swamp is definitely filthy and dirty, disgusting. But y'all make sure that you have your notification bell on because I do have a video on that coming out later today. Let's go back to Inner City Press Twitter, see if anything else after juror number 11, juror number 81. Okay. Oh my Lord, that same juror, the one that's the son prom. My ex-husband was convicted of attempted unaliving in Brooklyn. He served 21 years. Victim's name? I don't remember. My stepson was getting bullied on the block. He came to the block with some friends. There was gunfire. Oh my Lord. The stepson was getting bullied on the block. And so the ex-husband comes around and attempted to unalive the bully. Okay. What was the victim's name? Juror 81 said, I don't remember. There was gunfire. I don't know. This person I think is a bot. I'm gonna block this person. I'm gonna mute this person. I think that's a bot. I've been learning so much about AstroTurf campaigns, old ones, new ones, digital ones for private litigation, ones for political lobbying, all kinds of things. And y'all are going to be literally beside yourself. You're going to be sick and beside yourself with the bot activity that I found. It's going to be on BJ Investigates, though. I wish it was televised like Johnny Depp, Andy said. Yeah, me too. It would be a lot less talking for me. So juror 81, that's the one they're on right now. Juror 81 is a behavioral health associate at Elmhurst, deals with psychiatrists daily, deals with patients that have trauma, is in the Department of Homeless Services Police, or was, needs to go to their son's prom by 5 p.m. on some day. My ex-husband was convicted of attempted unaliving. Somebody was bullying my stepson. I'll retweet that one. On the block. And the ex-husband came to the block with some of his friends, and there was pew pew. Yeah, no, I mean, I know the physical gang stalking. I've been a victim of it. I've had people follow me in the store. I post all this online too. I mean, it's up there. Y'all have seen proof. Yep, that's how it works. Yep, that's how it works. Yep. Ethical Taylor, nicotine and oil companies are the worst for all that bot activity in past years. Yes, that is going to be in the video on BJ Investigate. So make sure y'all are subscribed. Okay. Okay, so that's the most recent tweet, that one right there. Yes, Winter. Not all of them, but it was one of them. It was Kaya Jones. AstroTurf World. We are the victims. I'm gonna sue Lucifer. Thanks so much for the $4.99 super chat. New life plan. Looking forward to the BJ Investigates video. Subscribe. Yes, everybody make sure you're subscribed. Maggie, it varies and it differs. It varies and it differs. A lot of times these people are paid. Like it's like their job. So there's different ways to do it from what I have been able to tell. Christina Strada said, I don't even bother listening to others anymore about the Diddy case. I come to BJ to get the facts. Well, it's mostly opinions, okay? But thank you. I appreciate that. Shout out to the mods. Thank you for keeping it clean. Everyone hit that like and share. Thanks so much. Real sassafras. New Life Plan said, I sat through jury selection one time. It was boring, but this is fun. Shout out to the mods in the chat. Diamond Rainbow and Monica. I think earlier Oklahoma Outlaw was in here as well. Mustard might have been in here too. Look at that picture. That's my favorite court sketch drawing from the day. Let's see. Potential jurors given list of celebrities connected to Combs. We already read that. Just refreshing Inner City Press's Twitter. Most recent tweet was still 6 minutes ago. I don't know what they're doing with juror 81. Why would the judge ask for the victim's name? I would like to know. Maybe to look it up and look the case up. Like, what if the victim, one victim's name is I'll be sure. I was not expecting the Simon and Schuster head of marketing to show up and say, "Oh yeah, I could be a juror if they just stop sending me press releases on I'll be sure." And the book we're publishing for him. When was that book? Let me look the book up. Believe Me Now, I think. Literally 3 freaking days ago, they put the press release out, y'all. You can't write this. Do you believe me that this went up 3 days ago? The person, if you're just joining, hi, hello, I'll be sure has a book called Do You Believe Me Now by it's published by Simon and Schuster, and Grammy-nominated R&B legend I'll Be Sure tells all in this inspiring survivor's memoir that reveals the untold story of his near-death health emergency, shocking ties to Diddy, romance with late Kim Porter, and the extraordinary highs of and life-threatening lows of being a pioneering New Jack Swing superstar. Days after Homeland Security raided Sean Combs' compounds in a federal ST investigation, the multi-platinum R&B legend I'll Be Sure declared that when people heard how he wound up in a coma 2 years earlier, they were really going to need to call Homeland Security. The connections run deep. I'll Be Sure's ex-wife, Kim Porter, became Combs' longtime girlfriend and mother to 3 of his children before her mysterious 2018 death. I'll Be Sure and Kim's son, Quincy Brown, has an open letter praising Combs as a father figure, and it sparked a media frenzy, as did Al B's calls for an investigation into Porter's death. For years, I'll Be Sure had been ringing the alarm to law enforcement officials about alleged gang stalking. Wow. Surveillance, death threats, human gaslighting, and psychological warfare against him and others in his orbit. People called him crazy. Now, back from the brink of death, he reclaims his power and truth in this incredible memoir about finding inner peace despite countless attempts to break him. This remarkable story transcends Al B's health crisis. It chronicles his journey from the tough streets of money-earning Mount Vernon to New Jack Swing stardom, as well as his influential role as the first platinum-selling artist and the first 2 artists to reach #1 on Billboard's R&B charts at Uptown Records, where Combs got his start in the industry as an intern. You know who else got their start in part because of Uptown Records? Lou Taylor from TriStar Sports and Entertainment, Diddy's business manager. But the small group of key figures who were there at Uptown's founding, of the small group of key figures who were there at Uptown's founding, Sure is one of the few still living to tell the whole story. Put a ABS in the chat if I should order this book, and when we have downtime during the trial on live streams, we should flip through the pages of that. But listen, see this right here. Look, let me show y'all. It was put out 3 days ago. The book is like actively, look, 2 days ago. They're actively putting these press releases out. Okay. So the head of marketing at Simon and Schuster is like, yeah, I guess I would have to tell people to stop sending me these press releases if I'm going to be in the Diddy trial. The person who published the publishing company that published the book, that the description we just read about Diddy, that person's going to be on the Diddy jury. I think not. Somebody said, what a weird time to release that book. Hope it doesn't cause a mistrial. Interesting. It's not even out yet. Stop it. You lying. I'll Be Sure. It's only May. 4 months from now, it ain't coming out for 4 months. So maybe they're putting it out after the trial. I wonder if Diddy is going to request the copy of that book. Maybe they should have kept this under wraps. That's interesting. Maybe not. Let's see if it's out. Wow. It doesn't come out. You can pre-order it. $30, $29, but it doesn't come out until, yep, you're right, Tina, September 9th. That is interesting. That is an interesting turn of events. This whole thing is very interesting. Okay. We got some new tweets from inside the courtroom. Any application? No. Next juror. When it was breaking, they saw house raids, arrests. They're aware of Cassie, the artist. The judge said, "Can you be fair?" The juror said, "Yes." Okay, so I think 81 gets to stay in. I think the lady whose son has prom or whatever gets to stay in. 81. I think they get to stay in. The judge said, "Can you be fair?" Okay, next juror. I don't know if this is juror 89 or like, you see what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if this next juror is the same juror as juror 89. This next juror, when it was breaking, they saw the house raids, the arrests. They're aware of Cassie, the artist. The judge said, "Can you be fair?" The juror said yes. And so the juror was not excluded. So that juror gets to go on. Juror 89 says, "I know Diageo. I'm a sales manager with an airline. My sister is a federal prosecutor in San Antonio, but she works mostly on immigration. Growing up, the person said, I can be fair." The judge says, "Can you be fair?" He says, or she says, "Yes. Growing up, the neighbors were a high profile couple. I was closer in age with the girlfriend. My parents would ask me to be the peacemaker." Okay, so this person is saying they have some background experience with a high profile couple where the girlfriend was younger than the husband. This is juror, I believe, 89. Someone who's a sales manager with an airline. And also that person's sister is a federal prosecutor, but in San Antonio and mostly doing immigration cases. And then she said, or he said something about high profile couple being closer in age with the girlfriend. I don't know what that's about. It's interesting. And we are in New York. It's a New York jury, but who knows, where these people are from. Juror 89. Okay, we already saw that. Okay, let's go to the... So I think 81 is not excluded. Well, so it's interesting. It's hard to tell. Let me show you what I'm basing my opinion on. Hard to tell, right? Because this is 81. The son's going to prom and all that. And then we get 89. There's like possibly some juror in between here, but he didn't say that. But 89 is the one now we're saying, now we're hearing has a federal prosecutor's sister in San Antonio. Can you be fair? I don't know. I don't know which juror we're talking about, like, exactly. But we are up to 89. So at the very least, we're up to here. Okay, so this is all the ones we've gotten through today. 2 all the way through. Now they're questioning 89. I'm going to bring back up the Twitter. Okay, here we go. All right, someone asked a question and Intercity Press did answer it. Someone says, was Diageo a distributor of Ciroc? Yep. But the prospective juror who deals with Diageo was excluded on other grounds. He said he's dealing with the young girlfriend of a high-profile neighbor and seeing abuse would stop him from being objective, so he was excused. Good to know. Thank you for that. Okay, so it does appear that juror 89, was that 89? Hold on. You see how it's hard to keep track of like exactly which juror is a which. Okay. Yes, that is 89. So 89 is excluded because he couldn't be fair because he of the high profile couple that used to live next door to him. So let me just update my list here. So 89's not in either. He's had that girl, had the high profile celebrity couple. High profile celeb couple, DV peacemaker. So he's saying, I couldn't be impartial. I would just be thinking about those experiences I had where I saw that high profile couple. Let's see. What else is going on in here? Ah. Just refreshing the Twitter account. Someone's tweeting from inside the courtroom. Matthew Russell Lee from Inner City Press. Most recent tweet on the thread was 8 minutes ago. They're talking about somebody's sister's a federal prosecutor. He did say that person was excused, so, sent out of the room. And I'm assuming, they're making the arrangements to put in the new person, whoever's next. Now, let's see who came after 89. It was 92 was technically the next one, but I don't know who, answered no. A lot of y'all are saying ABS. Y'all, it's going to be months after. It's going to be months after the trial's over. Irv Gotti mysteriously died 6 days before his book release in February when you were in India. We got to protect. What? Irv Gotti mysteriously died 6 days before his book release. Was it pneumonia? That's interesting. Thank you for the $9.99 New Life plan. Welcome to memberships. Inked Pixie. Where do they find these people? The public. This is who lives in New York. I don't know who y'all thought lived over there, but you got to be a little bit like something got to be a little special about you to live over there on purpose, I think. Yeah, I do. I plan on going live throughout the trial. Yes. Yeah. Where's the book? Exactly. A Kanye West fan page is following me. Who? Which one? That's funny. How many jurors do they need? They need 12, and then they're going to get 6 alternates. Get 6 alternates. Yeah, seriously. I mean, where do they find these people? They live in New York. Have y'all been there? Have you been there? Okay, let's see. I was just checking my text messages. Okay, let's see if anything else has happened here. I think they're shuffling. Excuse me. I think they're shuffling jurors in and out of here. The most recent one was juror 89. He was excluded because he wasn't going to be able to be fair or impartial. So that happened. And now we're just waiting for the next juror to come through. So far, nothing. Let's go to the USA Today thing. They're doing like live tweets or whatever. So I want to see. No, it doesn't look like anything new. No. Okay, what about Pacer? Just checking the court documents. I highly doubt anything has been filed. I can't believe they started advertising for that book yesterday, 3 days ago. And then today, the Simon & Schuster head of marketing or whatever comes for jury duty. And then she's doing the I'll Be Sure book. And then the I'll Be Sure book don't come out till September. Just very weird. It is a small world, though. So now I'm checking the Pacer to see if anything new has been filed. Kanye's tweets tonight are going to be off the chain, somebody said. Oh my God, this is so funny. Erica said, my teenage son just came in the kitchen and saw you were on and he walked out singing, you should have kept my name out your mouth. You should have. Tell him. He's right. They should have kept his name out their mouth. Out their mouth. So they're up to 89 people they went through. No, not quite, Ava. So they're not actually going through every single one of these people, first of all. But second of all, the list already started like not 1 through 89. It was like 2, 4, 5, 7. You know, it skips numbers. Thought I friend. I would scream if a juror said, I watched That Surprise Witness. Could you imagine? That would be so funny. I'm so lost after finals that I didn't know Kanye reactivated his Twitter. Yeah, it gets like that around. It gets like that around finals. I know that feeling. Okay, let's see. Refreshing. Okay, juror 89 is excused. Juror 92. She said, I would like to serve, but my child is in the hospital. Excused. Okay, so let me update my list. Juror number 106, I'm with Engender Health on the board of St. John's Hospital in Yonkers. I have a friend at the Manhattan DA repping the LGBTQ community there. Okay, that's interesting. Let me just update my list here. 89 is excused, and then 92, child is in the hospital, so excused. So I really don't know about 84 and 88. I guess they're still in. 75, they said, is still in. So child in hospital. So that person got excused. Juror 106 was the next one they asked. The next one on the list is 101. So that one, I guess they didn't need to talk to. So now they're on 106. 106 says they work at Engender Health or with Engender Health on the board of St. John's Hospital and have a friend at the Manhattan District Attorney. So the state level, representing the LGBTQ community there. I don't know exactly what that means, representing the LGBTQ community there. Like that could mean a lot of things. Yeah, potential juror 92 was excused. Like, what does this mean? Like, do you see these like body like comments like LGBTQ? Oh my gosh, what else do they want? Period. Like, what does that mean? I think this might be a bot too. MAGA Gill. Yeah, we're gonna get rid of that. Thank you, New Life Plan, for the 999 super chat. Irv Gotti had a massive stroke. According to news, the video Vixen book was about how he used her to seal deals with rappers for sexy time, including Diddy. The video Vixen book was about it. How he used her to seal deals with rappers. Oh, like a bonus, like you would get a bonus baddie to seal a deal. Thank you for the $9.99 super chat. I got you on my YouTube and my boyfriend's keeping them. Dumb question. Will they be going over the civil lawsuits with Busby, or are those completely separate? Yes, those are completely separate. Where's Busby? Who knows? Maybe on his private jet. They're picking prospects who check the wrong box. Okay, thank you. Yes. Valid excuse. Yes. If true, yes. Imagine if juror potential 1001 said he watched That Surprise Witness and she doesn't know who Celebrity B is. That would be so funny. Complications from a stroke. How many women and men accepted so far? I don't think anyone's officially been chosen so far, but a few people have passed to the next round. LG said they live right by where Diddy grew up, Mount Vernon, but nobody here talks about that man. Petition for Spirit Weaver seconded. That's funny. Like a honeypot, basically. True confessions of a Mention about Diddy, photos, finger, and oh, girl. He was the industry honeypot. So they got rid of him? That's what y'all trying to say? Kareen Steffens, super. Yes, this is ringing a bell. Maggie's asking about Natalie Chin. Busby's looking for the next celebrity person to extort, JL said. Some live streams are stating Taylor Swift was subpoenaed in the Diddy case. Oh, girl, I listen. They say anything about the Diddy case online. Let me look. Taylor Swift apparently was subpoenaed in the Blake Lively case, but even that, I haven't seen actual evidence. Subpoena Diddy. Let me see. No, I don't think so. I think that might be clickbait, or maybe not. Maybe somebody has some knowledge I don't know, but I'm not seeing that in the public record. Oh my gosh. Glitch. Okay, Two Angry Men. This part is interesting. Two Angry Men podcast with the guy from TMZ has some strong opinions about exactly what this trial is about and more. I'm completely confused. Yeah, Ava, you know what's very interesting about that? The other guy that's not the one from TMZ is the father of one of Diddy's main lawyers. The Garagos guy, Mark Garagos, the co-host of Two Angry Men, one of the Two Angry Men, is the father of Diddy's lawyer, Teeny Garagos. They have the same last name. So I think it's very interesting that he is out here shilling with propagandist of the world, Harvey Levin at TMZ, on a case that he has, in my opinion, a clear conflict because his daughter is a star lawyer on the case. 17 seconds ago, we get another question from the judge. He says, do you think you can be fair? Juror 106 says yes and leaves. Juror 110 says, I have job interviews planned, and the judge got rid of them. What the hell is this, y'all? Okay, we have 3 jurors in one tweet. We have juror 106, we have juror 110, and we have juror 116. 106 is like, yeah, I can be fair, and leaves. Okay, juror 110 is like, I have job interviews. And the judge is like, okay, get out of here. Goodbye. Then juror 116, I can't stand videos of skateboarders going down on the ground. I just can't. The judge is like, okay, but can you be fair? The person's like, yes. Okay, let me update my sheet. 110, excuse for cause. Wait, hold on. 106, I don't know what they ended up deciding on her. So I'll leave that one. And then 110 has job interviews. So they were excused. 112 is the next one on the list, but I guess they didn't need to ask 112 a question. So then 116 doesn't like skateboard videos. I do know what they mean. I don't like watching people get hurt. I think that's what they're trying to say. I'm just refreshing it here. Morticia said I would seat 106. I don't know who I would seat. I don't have enough background knowledge on all this stuff. Okay, so that's the most recent one. 106 came in. That was the one who was at Engender Health and was on the board with the LGBT, repping the LGBT, the friend was, and all that. Job interviews planned was 110. So that person got excused. Juror number 116 can't stand videos of skateboarders. I might have to run it to the restroom in a moment. Just letting y'all know. I have to take a 4-minute pause. Okay, I'll do that now. I'll see y'all in a moment. Let me just.
Welcome into my world. You're playing my game. you come up and they're fitting off of my knee. Talking out the side of your neck like you're insane. Cortisol levels to the roof, inflame. Kids these days so shameless, selling out real friends for a paycheck. Mama didn't teach them no home training. Wanna be me so bad, but they failing. Step to the plate though, I'll take a challenger. I ain't scared of no low life scavenger. I should warn you though, if you haven't heard, I know Colleen, ukulele ballanger. Shots been fired, wanna tell that, say it to my face though. Now behind my back, won't be long till you share it in the group chat. And when I call you up, you're gonna backtrack. And you should've kept my name out your mouth. That's though how it all turned out. When you try to use my name for clout, keep on going, give me something you can talk about. Welcome into my world, you're playing my game. Thought that you could come up and they're fitting off of my knee. Talking out the side of your neck like you're insane. Cortisol levels to the roof, inflame. Kids these days so shameless, selling out real friends for a paycheck. Mama didn't teach them no home training. Wanna be me so bad, but they failing. Step to the plate though, I'll take a challenger. I ain't scared of no low life scavenger. I should warn you though, if you haven't heard, I know Colleen, ukulele ballanger. Shots been fired, wanna tell that, say it to my face though. Now behind my back, won't be long till you share it in the group chat. And when I call you up, you're gonna backtrack. And you should've kept my name out your mouth. That's though how it all turned out.
Okay, I'm back. What are we doing? What happened now? Okay. Let's refresh. Okay. Yup. Still most recent tweet was that one from 4 minutes ago. Judge asking juror 106 if they can be fair, and the juror saying yes and leaving. Juror 110 having job interviews and being excused. And juror 116, we kind of like are in the middle of juror 116 getting questioned. Juror 116 is the one that don't like looking at skateboard videos. Okay. So the judge is like, okay, but can you be fair? So that's the most recent tweet we do have there from 4 minutes ago. Let's see if there's been any updates over here at USA Today. They allege that they are live covering it. Check out the docket. Again, I don't expect anything to be filed here. No, nothing new. There were 2 filings, though, today. The juror questionnaire and the voir dire prospective juror list. Okay. Let's go back to Inner City Press. It's 4:11 local time. 8 seconds ago, we got another tweet. The judge says, you saw the hallway video. The juror 116 says, I didn't see much of it. Agnifilo says, I have a written question, and passed it up to the judge. The judge says, how can you watch violence in court, but not on TV? He said the latter is staged. There must be a little bit more to this question we're not fully getting here, but Inner City Press is saying that the judge asked, you wrote that you saw the hallway video. The juror said, I didn't see much of it. Agnifilo said, how can you watch violence in court, but not TV? So maybe the person is saying, I don't like to watch violence on TV, but in court, it's fine. And the person said the latter is staged. So the person leaves, but they are not excluded. 116 doesn't like videos of skateboarders, but is not excluded. So let me make note of that on my little chart page here. And I'm going to, and I'm going to have the chart page for y'all to show you at the end of this. I need to make it a different color. Let's do not excluded is going to be green. Make that a green font. Yeah, that works. Okay. Yeah. All right. Let's keep it moving. Not excluded. So they pass muster. Most recent. So it does appear that, this I would assume this will be winding down in the next 45 minutes if I had to guess. But we have gotten through, let me show y'all the sheet, the list of prospective jurors. I have it right here. It was, like I said, uploaded earlier today. Okay, so here is the sheet. We've made it all the way down to juror 116. Now, I made that green because Matthew Russell Lee said that this 116 was not excluded. 106, this person, oh, no, I don't want that. 106, that person was mentioned, that person was brought up, but I don't think that, oh, come on, stop. I don't think this 106 person was, I don't think he told us whether or not that 106 was excluded or not. But the 110 had job interviews lined up, so they were excluded. 112, I don't think needed to be brought in. 75, I don't think needed to be brought in. So these are the people we've gotten through today. They started today, week 1, day 1, with juror number 2. They questioned most of these. I don't know if they questioned each and every single one of them, but then after the break, or during the break, I checked, and this was filed, the document we're looking at right now. And so the fact that this was filed, I started keeping track of it on this list the best I could. The pink, from what I understand, are excluded, but this is just from my understanding from reading these tweets. I'm really not exactly sure. This is just so far what I have. I'm going to have to cross-reference the stuff and make sure it's right before I'm trying to pass it off as if it's like, a fact or something. But I'm just, that's my mind map. That's what I've done so far. I'm just refreshing here. 1 minute ago. Okay. We got another tweet. Diddy's lawyer, Mark Agnifilo. I'm going to want to question the juror from HBO, but not in front of the others. The judge said, we'll get to that, Mark Agnifilo. Pipe down. Bring in juror 117. Juror 1. Oh my God. This is crazy. Okay. Another crazy coincidence of a witness. Breaking news less than 1 minute ago. Combs Agnifilo. No, sorry, excuse me. Judge, we'll get to that. Bring in juror 117. Juror 117 comes in. Look what he says. My wife deposed Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs in a case about a stampede. The judge, has she expressed a negative view about him? The person responds, yes. This person's getting excluded, I think. I think so. I'm going to want a question. Look at that. This is crazy. The stampede case. So the person already saw the hallway video. I didn't see much of it. This is 117. Juror 117 is married to someone who deposed Diddy in the stampede case. The stampede case that happened in, what was it, when did that stampede case happen? The early 90s? 1990. Let me look it up. $1991. So this person is saying their wife deposed Diddy. Not only did their wife depose Diddy in that trial, these are 35 years ago, 34 years ago. Not only that, but the wife has expressed negative views about Diddy. So let me update my jury sheet over here. Wow, this is crazy. Oh my God. The Simon & Schuster, the HBO, we got the one whose wife deposed Diddy on the Stampede case and has expressed negative views about him. I don't think this person's going to get to stay. I think this one's getting excluded for cause. Wife deposed Diddy. Stampede. Negative views. Okay, let's see. Lou Taylor's going to be busy this year, somebody said. New York ain't that small, Ava said. Go Ashley. Definitely not staying. Crazy for sure. Do you think they'll be settled on jurors by May 12th? I do. I do, Twisted Cookie Monster. I do. But some people don't. You know, a lot of people don't think so. We'll have to see. Of course, I don't know. Can't tell for sure. Okay. We got another tweet. Did you tell your wife you're on this case? Oh, he's snitching. He is snitching. The judge said, did you tell your wife you're on this case? He said, no, but another prospective juror who knows my wife saw me and told her. The judge said, write that juror's name on this Post-it note. The judge wants to know what juror snitched after promising they weren't going to talk about this case with anybody. Another prospective juror who knows my wife saw me and told her. The judge said, write their name down on the Post-it note. Then the juror says, also, my adopted daughter has been abused, which was the answer to one of the questions, remember? So he's like, no, I didn't tell my wife I'm on the case. But one of them other jurors snitched and told my wife I was on the case. So, yeah. That's the most recent tweet, 4:20 p.m. Eastern Time. As we sit here and speak, if you have enjoyed today's coverage, I do think we probably have another 30 to 45 minutes of it. Now's the time to show your appreciation with a like, with a heart, with a share, with a comment. Rochelle said, BJ, can you please just read the tweets word for word of what you got? Thank you for the $6.99 super chat, Rochelle. You know, I'm doing my best out here. I'm doing my best. There was something about an email, something about an autopsy report. Diddy allegedly assaulted a woman before the stampede. Perhaps it's something to that. Oh, somebody's in trouble. Somebody said rut-row. Somebody said rut-row. This jury selection is full on drama. So he's not on the case now. Empowered Wendy said, what you eating? Girl, that's my pizza. I'm trying to, yummy Coke. I'm hungry. I'm all that. Dex. Shout out to Dex. Do y'all like the BJ Investigate song? Put a 111 in the chat if you like the BJ Investigate song real quick, because guess what? The mastermind behind the BJ Investigate. BJ Investigate. You're gonna find the truth. You're gonna crack the case. Yeah. Look at all these 111s. You know, like, not a lie when in paperwork. She gonna expose the truth daily. Y'all cannot control me. I control my own mind. You couldn't control me then. Still not in this lifetime. Sent down the pink angel. That's me from the heavens of truth. Anyway, so you like that song? That is the brainchild of this man right here, Dex. So put some claps in the chat. I am Dex. I am Dex TV. Everybody loves the song, Dex. Look at you go. I know the dude that made it for you. DIDDY said that's hip hop. Yes, that is hip hop. BJ is bae. Y'all are funny. Y'all are cute. Claps for Dex in the chat. Right, clapping. What do we do if we don't like it? You get banned from the channel. So don't let me know you don't like it because you get banned. Isn't that fun? Okay, let's go back to Inner City Press. Gonna crack the case, yeah. All right. 4 minutes ago is the most recent tweet. This is juror 117. Wife got snitched. Somebody snitched on him this day. Breaking news. Breaking news, juror 117. Somebody told his wife they saw him up at the courthouse on jury duty. Let's play Follow the Leader. Thanks so much for the $4.99 super chat. Who doesn't like it? It's catchy. Yeah, I mean, you got to be possessed with demons. She just wants to be a juror. Pass. I just read a blog that referenced Lou as recurring centerpiece of some of Hollywood's darkest stories. Yeah, I got a video coming out tonight on Lou Taylor, y'all. Don't forget. At the path witness got the way. You know, seriously. Maggie said, ooh, Inner City Press must be having a fun day of drama. EHC Bunny said 2 prospects are eliminated with 1 stroke. There it is. I want it as a ringtone. Ooh, stoked for that. LOL. Thanks for Surprise Witness. Wendy, New Beginnings, Luck, 111. Stoked for that. Okay, let's see. So Mark Agnifilo did say he wants to talk more to that juror from the HBO. Most recent thing was 6 minutes ago. They going to get that juror. What they going to do with him? If it was Spirit Weaver, I'm going to cry. Y'all cannot control me. Yeah, I know. I like it. I understand I want to be on jury duty, but damn. I mean, it's going to be a long one, but like this, if you got to do jury duty, I mean, I think you want to do a trial like this one, huh? Okay, I'm trying to refresh here. Okay, we got another tweet. I have a question, says the feds, the Maureen Comey, assistant U.S. attorney. The judge said, "Can you not talk about this case with your wife?" He said, "Yes." Judge said, "If you are chosen, I will order you not to speak with her about this case." Assistant U.S. attorney said, "What's the name of the other juror? She wants the snitch out." The judge only has the post-it note. This lady right here, the fed. Yeah, seriously, how small is this place? How small is it? I know, this is crazy. How small is the Southern District of New York? If you really think about it, we have somebody from HBO who made the Fall of Diddy documentary within the last 6 weeks. We have somebody whose wife in the same house as that person deposed Diddy in a 25-year-old case or a 20-something-year-old case. We have, 30-something-year-old case. And then we also had the Simon & Schuster head of marketing who is actively in charge of the marketing of Al B. Sura's book about Diddy and Kim Porter. Like, how small is this place? Inner City Press said that the judge said to this person, if you get picked, you're not going to be able to talk about this case to your wife. You're going to be able to do that? And the guy's like, yeah. And then Maureen Comey, the prosecutor's like, we want to know who snitched. And then the judge said, later. Hold on a second. What if I can handle my fiance not telling me what's going on? Yeah, Meat Beep said, I don't know if I could handle that. I'd be like, just tell me. But at the same time, like, the jurors are the public is going to probably know just as much as what's going on, if not more, because jurors are going to be cleared from the courtroom for from time to time, and we'll be able to still hear what's going on. Yeah. Yeah, it's like everybody. Big Lon said everybody in NYC is in the entertainment business somehow, including me. Diddy might have a chance at freedom? ? He might. Meg said, hell no. His wife's going to make him talk about it. Especially y'all. They've been married that long. They talking about it. Shut up. They've been married that long. Some of these folks just effing around. JL said, like, some of these people are lying. No shot, Birdie TV said. Let's see if anything else has been put up. No, nothing else yet. Nothing yet. Dex said, you got to tell the wife. You do. And they aren't sequestering them. Why? That's the question. Yeah, you didn't see much. If you saw some, you saw all. This probably been asked. Will this trial be live streamed? No, it will not, Amber. This is the closest that you're going to get. You're going to have to be hanging out in here with me and 2,000 of your closest friends. I would make my husband tell me everything, Meg said. I don't know about that. New and was asking what it meant. Okay. Let's see if there's any more tweets. Nothing else yet. That's the most recent was juror number 117. So it's the first one on the second column of this very long jury selection voir dire thing. I'm surprised. I can't believe they won't sequester the jury, Professor Patty said. Getting to jurors is Diddy's MO. Lonnie said, I think Diddy's going to walk. Once defense attorney cross-examines the witness because none of them have the credibility. Half of them's probably felons. Interesting. Rachie from England. Love to you, BJ and chat from England. Hello. Can we get a full live version at the end of this trial, please? I don't understand the question. His wife is a lawyer. She'll understand. Shady already. The judge is antsy and he's going to let them pass the second round if they say they can be fair. Judge me a reason not to talk to me, miss. I'm all over that. Looks like he got to ask of them already. Just tune in. What did I miss? Makes sense. Some are agreeing to get in because of an agenda. I don't know about all of that. I wouldn't go so far as to say all of that. Thanks so much for the $9.99 super chat. New life plan. I would not want to do jury duty on a case like this. I need a break from even your coverage sometimes because this twisted demon's demoning. Imagine not being able to turn it off as needed. Yeah, I mean, true. Well, the thing is, hopefully, like a lot of these people aren't familiar with the case. So, I mean, 8 weeks, boom, and you're done versus having been following it in this live for every single day for a year. Alejandro, I've been married 33 years and we would never ask each other. Neither would my married friends who have been married longer. Plus, we live in LA and work in the motion picture industry. Alejandro, you know people in the motion picture industry cannot keep a secret. Maybe you and your wife can, but please, that doesn't make me think that they're going to be any more credible to keep a secret. That's for sure. No, they are not sequestering the jury. The media will follow them home. I mean, I think that's just a for now decision. Like if they start getting followed home by the jury, maybe the judge will say they do need to be sequestered. I don't know. Let's see if Inner City Press has said anything else. Looks like nothing else so far. Noel said, no way he won't talk to his wife about it. LOL. He ain't getting picked. Maybe. So we are waiting for another tweet from inside the courtroom. If you're just joining, hi, hello. Make sure you hit that like button on your way in. We're reading live tweets from Matthew Russell Lee, Inner City Press, inside the Diddy courtroom. We're on week 1, day 1 of trial, technically, but opening statements haven't started yet. Before opening statements can start, you know what they got to do? Pick a jury. And that process has been underway for a few days now. Today, they are answering some in-person questions. There was a questionnaire. Some people were left out of, immediately excluded. And little by little, they are slowly excluding more and more people. Some people are passing through to the next round, but that does not mean that they will be on the jury. Okay. Mark Agnifilo is indicating he wants to ask some more questions of this HBO person. Somebody came in here saying they work for HBO. HBO just put out a Diddy hit piece, the fall of Diddy. So they're like, no, I don't want them on the jury. The judge said, later, you'll be able to ask them some more questions. Thanks so much, Amber Dawn Rising, for the $3 super sticker. Appreciate that. That doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't he be biased? You wouldn't expect that he would be on his wife's case when... Yeah, I mean, that's another thing, too. Can't think of any possible reason why they would not sequester these jurors. I can. 8 months, government taxpayer money, 18 people's hotel rooms. You can't even talk to fellow jurors about it. So, I mean, they're expensive. That's one reason. Yes, like the video, I would also need, wait a second, serving on this jury. As I answer the jury questions, I don't do anything with talk to VJ's chat. Being sequestered happens after swear in. Okay, yes, but they did not plan to sequester the jury. That's what the questionnaire said. Like, they don't have plans to sequester. "45 seconds ago, another tweet. Juror 118. Okay, so we're on the next juror. I know Diddy has parties with Ruggs and S. I learned it from podcasts. I listened to Joe Rogan. Can you be fair? Yes. Not excused. And number 127 is not excused either. Okay, so 118 and 127 are not excused. Okay, and as you can see, I'm just updating my sheet here. As you can see on Inner City Press's tweet right here, he is saying they're moving fast. Okay, so I'm just updating my sheet. What did he say? 118 listens to Joe Rogan and knows Diddy has wild parties, but is not excused. I mean, it is kind of hard not to know that Diddy has wild parties. And Joe Rogan is one of the number one, like in some ways is like the number one podcast, or was at some point. Okay. So this is the Joe Rogan fan knows about parties, but not excused. Okay. And number 127 is also not excused, but we don't have any details about this person. So we just know they came through, but they're not excused and they're moving fast. Okay. So the next one on this list is 131, but I don't know if they're going to call 131 in. Yeah, it's expensive to sequester a jury and its alternates for 2 months or more. 117 was excused. Okay. So is that what the tweet says? So I don't know if it doesn't say that. I don't know if 117 was excused or not. So I'm going to wait until I hear from another source besides a comment in the live chat. Well, we are progressing. Yeah, Rachel. That's 118. 118 is the one that knows Diddy has parties with drugs and sex, learned it from podcasts. He listened to Joe Rogan. The judge said, can you be fair? He said yes, so he was not excused, or she. I don't know, he or she. Combs Agnifilo says again, I want to question the HBO witness. This is the third time. This is the third time he's reiterating this. And going to be very interesting. We'll see what the judge has to say about that. They're going to get their money back from Diddy, what Vacation said. Inner City says it in the previous tweet. It's in brackets. Oh, excused. But does that mean excused? Okay, I'll put excused on my sheet, but I'm not sure why he gave that instruction. Like, you're going to have to not talk about it. And then as soon as they walk out, I mean, I think that person should be excused. Okay, let's see. Refreshing. These tweets are getting views, y'all. 796 views in like 4 minutes. That's good. I'm glad. Think of all the people that would have no idea what's going on inside court if Matthew Russell Lee wasn't in here. Somebody said he and his wife going to be gone. I'm just doing some comments management. How many total not excused so far? It's hard to tell, Brooke, because I'm not getting like exactly I'm not getting like exactly clear messaging. It might be a me issue. Thanks so much for that $4.99 super sticker, Cat Yo. Appreciate that. Thank you so much for that. I thought at least heart. Let's do a refresh. Nothing new. Let's see what USA Today is doing. If they started anything. Several potential jurors say they've seen footage of the alleged assaults. As jury selection got underway, prospective jurors said that they had heard news about allegations against the hip-hop star, seen a video of him allegedly assaulting a woman, and even heard a comedian joke about baby oil. Yeah, I think we already read that. Mark Agnifilo wants to talk to the HBO juror, so they did not exclude that one. Wants to ask some questions of the juror who says they work at HBO. I can't understand with history of bad behavior, tampering with witnesses that they would not sequester. I think the judge can choose to after selection. I don't know how it works. How many people are they choosing from? It looks like it's like about 150, they said. Having tech issues. Be right back. Take your time. Who hasn't seen the video? Yishi. I mean, it's seriously like, just because you saw that video doesn't mean you get excluded, because how many people have seen that video? A lot. Yeah, K Ladies asks a similar question. I don't see how they're going to find people who haven't heard anything about this trial. That's going to be really hard. And again, they're not even trying to find people that haven't heard about it. Probably ideally, Diddy or whatever would like that, but they're not even trying. Like, they're keeping people in who have heard about it. They're keeping people in who have seen the tape. But again, just because they've been kept in up till now does not mean that they're definitely going to be on the jury. They haven't even done their peremptory strikes yet. And there's also like more questions they get to ask. So the most recent tweet, I think we did read. Yeah. Most recent tweet 7 minutes ago. And that was Mark Agnifilo saying he wanted to ask questions of that HBO witness. I think he's thinking of trying to get rid of that one. And it could be because they made that Fall of Diddy documentary. Just about to refresh. I wonder if they're going to find the HBO witness. I mean, this tweet was from about 8 minutes, maybe 9 minutes ago, and it's already got almost 1,500 views. Like, people are following this case. There's 2,100 people in the chat. I've been live for 3 hours and 43 minutes. We are in for a long 2 months, y'all. We are in for a long 2 months. Patricia said, okay, how to watch this in pieces today. I just heard the jurors being Albie Sure book marketer. Oh my God. The HBO guy. I got goosebumps. I think it's a woman. Thanks so much. New life plan for the $4.99 super chat. Watch which channel is Luke Taylor coverage tonight? This one. And what time? Just got here, so I missed it earlier. Thanks. I don't know exactly what time, because I still do need to edit a couple minutes of it and like make a thumbnail and put it up and stuff. But it'll be out tonight on ThatSurpriseWitness, this channel that you're on right now tonight. Thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Love all the hard work. Thanks so much, Blue Skies. A wild 2 months indeed. We are dedicated today. Yes. Agnifilo being excused would be the worst thing to happen to Diddy. That's true. A most important question is probably, do you trust the mainstream media or no? That's a good one. That would be a good question, actually. I might add that one to my questionnaire if I was them next time. Still, most recent tweet does appear to be, come on. Most recent tweet still does appear to be Mark Agnifilo saying he wants to question the HBO juror. Now, it is 4:44 p.m. I don't know how late this goes. I think it goes till 5. And so he only has 15 minutes to get this HBO witness in here. I want to question the HBO witness. It would be juror. I don't know why I said witness. I don't know why I said witness. Surprise witness, maybe. Wow. This is cool. Someone said, what an insane thread. For what it's worth, I asked Grok who to follow for trial updates, and it suggested you. Good job. That's awesome. Still no update, though. As far as a new tweet. What the hell? Oh, my God. Jesus Christ. I need to see all that. Okay. I'm just trying to see, what's going to happen next. The most recent actual update we got was about 10 minutes ago, 12 minutes ago. It was juror 18 juror 118 knowing that Diddy had parties with substances and activities, learning it from podcasts, Joe Rogan. Can he be fair? He said yes, so he wasn't excused. Nor was a juror 127. They're moving fast, but then I guess they stopped moving fast because it's been halted for 12 minutes. Nothing's happened. Agnifilo said, I want to question the HBO witness. Now, this is the second time that Agnifilo did ask this, and the judge was like, later, you can do that later. And so now Agnifilo is asking again, I want to talk to that HBO witness. Again, 12 minutes ago, nothing. Yeah, Grok. The name Grok is awful. It is. Does Joe support Diddy? I don't know who Joe is. What was what? Yeah, it was like a fetus. Yeah. It was like something for Life Alliance, which like y'all can have, your opinions one way or the other on that. I just don't need to see like grotesque like imagery and like, I feel like they get a little bit out of hand with some of the stuff they put on the picture. Sometimes just not, what I'm trying to have on my channel personally. Diddy's lawyer is obsessed with the HBO person. K ladies said, Maggie said, my cat is watching with me. Harlow is locked in. Hello, Harlow. It's a kitty. It's a kitty cat. If their podcast, well, he didn't say fanatic. He just said, I listen to. So I think, calling someone a fanatic because they listen to something, I think is a little bit out of left field. But I don't know. I mean, I think you can listen to somebody and not have the same thought process as them. Joe Rogan's probably having a good laugh today. That is funny. He got brought up. That was jarring. Yeah, it was. It was jarring. It totally was. Yeah, Lonnie, tell him. It is 4:47. Y'all missed 4:20, 27 minutes ago. So smoke that like button. Joe Rogan doesn't support Diddy, somebody said. HBO potentially a bag. I would get rid of them. And I would get rid of Schuster too if they're not already got rid of. Diddy didn't request the videos from HBO. Didn't Diddy request videos from HBO? Or was that another network? It was another network. It was yes, it was HBO. The Fall of Diddy. Hold on, let me access that part of the file cabinet in my brain. HBO, parent company. I'm getting it mixed up with the Baldoni thing. Hold on. Who was it he requested that from? Okay, y'all are saying new tweet. Okay, new tweet, new tweet. 56 seconds. Okay, so as we've discussed now plenty of times, Diddy, Agnifalo's most recent thing that he said, the most recent tweet was like, Agnifalo saying, I want to question the HBO witness. The judge said, you can make an application. Right now is the group questions. So the non-excused jurors come back in. Juror 5 is back in here. Okay, that was the third juror today. Today we had 2, 4, and 5. He says, or she, I live in Manhattan. I work in finance. I am a church goer, a member in Connecticut, but attend St. John Baptist on Upper East Side. Okay. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's a 3D ultrasound is fine, y'all. There's nothing wrong with a 3D ultrasound, but I just don't want like imagery being used with certain messaging on my personal channel. Are you going to recap if there's interesting news? We can't watch the whole lives. I don't know yet. It really depends on how much this takes out of me. Group questions from the questionnaire. They're saying it was Warner Brothers, but wasn't that Baldoni too? Thanks so much, Donna Burke, for the 1999 super sticker or super chat. Thank you so much for that. I really appreciate it. Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Peacock. But who's the... Smoke that like button. I know y'all are funny. K Ladies says that HBO person probably should be excused. But shouldn't the one who follows podcasts be excluded for also potentially having a bias? I mean, these are good questions. These are good questions. Again, y'all, the people that are still left over are not necessarily going to definitely be on the jury. So we'll have to see how it ends up shaking out. We do have juror 5, who I believe was already questioned earlier, saying he goes to church. He lives in Manhattan, works in finance, goes to church, a member in Connecticut. Does it mean like, is it Catholics or members of churches? Is that how it works? I didn't grow up Catholic. Is that what you would call it if you're in a church? A member in Connecticut, but attend St. John Baptist on Upper East Side. What's significant about that? That's the most recent tweet. The Mirror has an article. It was Warner Brothers. Okay, thanks so much. Peacock and HBO did both do documentaries, and so did Harvey Levin. You're good, Diamond. You can go feed the cat. Just go, girl. I'm starting to see how difficult it's going to be to get a jury in this case. But this is going to be insane. Erica said. Let me see how long the jury selection took for Young Thug, because it was like the longest jury selection in the world or something. It was crazy. Young Thug jury selection took how long? 10 months. 10 months to select a jury in the Young Thug trial. Look. Trial was expected to last 6 to 9 months. Began with jury selection in January 23. But the process slogged for 10 months, in part because of the delays stemming from an unusually high number of defendants. Okay, you pay your tithes to your parish. Okay, got it. Okay. Y'all, I'm hungry. Sorry. I couldn't help it. Just the jury selection. CMT said I was there. It was rare. Well, not there, but I watched it. Steele is like, this is no sweat. Yeah, this is flying. I guess 50 Cent was trolling Diddy with his Diddy He Done It doc. 10 months, and this is day 1 of Diddy's whole crap. You gonna be exhausted, girl. I know. And Diddy sued HBO, they saying. New tweet, group questions are happening now. Okay, thank you, Inked Pixie. Keeping me updated. Okay. Now we're on to juror 22. We got a tweet a minute ago. I work in web maintenance, juror 22 says. I get newsletters from our local politicians like Harvey Epstein. I don't have a TV. I look toots and the maid towels. I'm a member of a community garden. I wanted to ask about the migraines, the judge said. The evidence will be on screens. Okay, so the judge is saying, I'm not really concerned about your community garden club, lady. I'm trying to ask you about these these migraines. Are you going to be able to look at screens and tell, look at the evidence, because it's going to be on screens. You're not going to be able to print it out for you. You have to look at the screens. Okay, and the judge hasn't, I guess, said anything else back. Works in web maintenance, getting newsletters from local politicians, don't have a TV. The judge said, okay, yes, but I'm asking about the migraines. The evidence is going to be on the screen. So is that going to cause a problem with your migraines? She had some migraine issues. Yes, Steele is an official member of Diddy's defense. Good question, Maggie. Yes, he is. Young Thug is nowhere near as famous as Diddy. His took 10 months. Yes. And if you look, I guess I X out of it. If you look on like the AI generated Google AI thread or whatever, it says the reason it took so long is because there's so many defendants. The Young Thug trial had so many co-defendants. And the Diddy trial has one defendant. Now, how do you have a RICO enterprise with only one defendant? I mean, that's what I want to know. Are they going to charge anybody else in this alleged RICO? They're going to charge a single other defendant? Nobody else is going to charge but Diddy, but it's RICO? That is interesting to me. Maybe they're going to charge a bunch of people later. I truly don't know. 56 seconds ago, juror 20 says, I live in Westchester alone. I have 2 master's degrees, bachelor's in PR. Get him out of here. Get him out of here. A bachelor's in PR. Get him out of here. And then sports science. I binge watch Netflix. I like alternative rock. I play volleyball. Juror 116. I'm 68 years old. Worked for phone company as a field tech. I listen to 1010 Wins. Oh my God, Wins. Oh my God. Isn't Wins where Andre Harrell started his career at? Hold on. We got another crazy finding if so. Hold on. Wow. Look at this. Look at this. I like to see ChatGPT do what I could do. I like to see what ChatGPT do what I could do. Check this out. Juror. Excuse me. Hold on. Juror 116 is 68 years old, worked for a phone company, and listens to 1010 Wins. Oh, that seems innocent enough, doesn't it? Wrong. Andre Harrell, a hip-hop and R&B mogul, made a significant impact by funding Uptown Records in 1986, which launched the careers of numerous artists, including Sean P. Diddy Puff Daddy Combs, Mary J. Blige, and Heavy D. Before establishing Uptown Records, Harrell worked in the advertising department at Odyssey News Station, 1010 Wins, applying his marketing expertise to the Black community. Okay, interesting. So you're telling me there's a 68-year-old right in a similar age range with all these people who, okay, so they don't have the PR. That's juror 20, not juror 116. Okay, at least they're not the PR back. Okay, so this person, okay. False alarm. I thought this person had a PR background. They do not. This person's 68 years old, worked for a phone company. Listen to 1010 Wins. Well, if there wasn't for a 1010 Wins, Diddy would have no career. Andre Harrell would have likely no career. Look, 1010 Wins. Before establishing Uptown Records, Harrell worked in the advertising department at Odyssey News Station 1010 Wins, applying his marketing expertise to the Black community, according to NPR. So, I mean, maybe not a reason to strike somebody. PR is public relations. The PR guy needs to go. 1010 Wins probably need to go too. Refreshing. 17 seconds ago, juror 2. I'm a massage therapist. I am single. I am a BFA in acting from NYU. Okay, Bachelor in Fine Arts in Acting. So this person's an actor as a massage therapist, is single. Listen to NPR. I like jazz. I go to the gym. I am in the Screen Actors Guild and Actors Equity. Okay, so juror number 2, I need to go fill my page in later. Juror number 2 is a massage therapist, is single, has her bachelor's or his bachelor's in fine art and acting from NYU. That's very prestigious, by the way. Listens to NPR, likes jazz music, goes to the gym, is in the Screen Actors Guild and Actors Equity. Then we're moving on to juror 52. A woman from Westchester, freelance writing. I read the NYU, mostly the cooking app, maybe the NYT, maybe it's the New York Times. I read the NYU. So these are just like some bio questions, I guess. There's some outstanding questions, like which was the snitching juror? How many of these people got kicked off? Juror 20 binge watches Netflix. That's funny. I like alternative rock. I'm a massage therapist. Juror 2 is a massage therapist, single, actor in the Screen Actors Guild. They like jazz. They go to the gym. Okay, well, these are interesting biological informations on these jurors. I will make a chart just so that everyone can reference it. Lots of people in entertainment. Yeah. Get the SAG girl out. It's giving dating app. People, y'all are not into this, the SAG girl. That's a pretty niche field for the 1010 guy. Yeah, right? That's right, chat. Get is so ridiculous. I had to do peer review for 2 people in my English course. Immediately could tell I was both done for by chat GPT. They're almost identical. Oh, that is sad. Steele was brought in by Miss Westmoreland too, who was on the YSL case with another defendant. She was the one who said mistrial for free yak. I don't know about that one, but CMT, there was another lawyer on this case. What was his name? Jay Abt, Jabt, and he represented somebody whose name was Kendrick something. Kendrick, something like that. I had an entanglement with him because he represented somebody who was trying to get a fraudulent restraining order against me. And oh my God, the man needs to address his alopecia before he ever comes for me again. I think he pencils his eyebrows on. Yes, Jay Abt. You know Jay Abt? Yeah, I had to tangle with him in court. Well, my lawyers did. I looked at his penciled on eyebrows and laughed at him the whole time as he lost. How many jurors are they going to get through in a day? Boy, mama, times 3 asked. Thank you so much for the $1.99 super chat. I really don't know. It looks like they got through at least 20. Kendrick was the longest held defendant after innocent verdict was released. I don't know what that means. Oh, they kept holding him. They kept holding him in jail. I see what you mean. So Young Thug won this trial, you saying? I thought he was going back on trial. Sorry, I did not keep up with that trial, obviously, CMT. I'm asking you because it seems like you know. It seems like you know what you're talking about. Thanks so much for that. But yeah, I had an entanglement. A call girl. Girl, how you know that? They said they're a massage therapist. He is wild, but Westmoreland was, in fact, the change factor for the YSL trial. Well, credit where it's due then. Let's see if we have any more tweets. Okay, yes, the fonts. He's asked, excuse me, breaking news. We have Font Girl, Spirit Font Girl back, Spirit Weaver back on the scene. because the judge is very curious about these fonts. He said the font like Courier, and this girl goes, ew, never. No, not like Courier. He said, can you tell me more about the fonts? She said, I wrote the rebrand for an environmental company. Okay, somebody else said, I work at Grist Tides. I have a bachelor's in retail management. The judge said social media, meaning do you have any social media? Not for news. TikTok, Facebook, Hulu, reggaeton. So this person's saying, I don't use social media for news, which I doubt. Who doesn't? Who doesn't use social media for any news at all? Like, even if you're not trying to use it for news, it pops up. What is Grist Tides? I want to look that up. Oh, wait, we got another tweet first. Hold on. 48 seconds ago, Juror 51. I am a math teacher in the Bronx. I watch Bronx News 12. I like the Golden Girls, 90s and before, R&B, hip hop, gospel. Amen. Oh my God, please. I love the math teacher from the Bronx. Juror 51. She's cute. Or he. I watch Bronx News 12. I like the Golden Girls, 90s and before, R&B, hip hop, gospel. Do you want a revolution? Whoop, whoop. Or should I say, take the shackles off my feet so I can dance. I'm gonna pay him, what you gonna do? I'm gonna pay him, what you gonna do? Okay, anyway, on Juror 112, I worked for Fila Marketing. I get news from social media. Business of Fashion, ESPN. I watch The Voice. I like country. Oh, Juror 51 is in New York liking country music. Really, it's like everybody in the whole world is. You can find a sampling in New York. That's surprising to me. I wrote the rebrand for an environmental company. That was the fonts. Oh man, okay. We got a gospel fan, we got a country music fan, we got a hip hop fan. That's the most recent one. Oh my gosh, Elvis Leslie just gifted 5 surprise witness memberships. Shout out to you, Elvis, for that membership gifting. Are any jurors for sure being pushed through? Not yet. Not yet. None are for sure jurors yet. I also chose the lady who has training. Justice Networks says. Fila, yeah, like the athletic shoes brand. Woo woo. Yeah, exactly. Gristeed's is a supermarket. I used to live in New York City. Thank you for that. People do get news from social media. I mean, you can put LOL and you can put quotes if you want to, but I mean, it's the truth. Like, argue with your mama about it. It's true. Hello, future me on YouTube. Thank you, BJ. Let me refresh. Okay, 25 seconds ago, we got another tweet. Juror 55. I work at a nursing home. My spouse does too. I went for hotel management. I'm not a fan of the news. I read like Harry Potter. I watch that and Narnia, Marvel. I'm in 1199. Okay, I don't know what that means. So I wonder if this is the person that stole the Harry Potter wand. I need to keep a running tally here. Juror 75 said I worked for JP Morgan. I listen to old Indian music and play cricket. This is definitely a South Asian American right here. Okay, this is I listen to old Indian music and play cricket. Oh, I love it. 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 I'm not listening to your stupid Sean P. Diddy, Puff Daddy Combs garbage. He's listening to what's his name? Somebody Ali Khan in the little Shruti box. What's it called? Harmonium. I want a Shruti box one of these days when I pay off my legal bills. No, on Juror 75 because JP Morgan and Easteen. Listen, I don't know. Did that juror that was married to the person who worked on the Diddy Club case get through after being told not to talk to their spouse? So it looked like they got, I think that was Juror 117. I think they got excused. But I'm not 100%, so don't take my word on that just yet. This man or woman. I listen to old Indian songs and I play cricket. Okay. I'm not listening to this stuff what y'all worrying about over in here. But he worked for JP Morgan. Somebody saying he needs to get kicked out of here. He needs to get kicked out of here because he worked for JP Morgan. Somebody said, and there's some Easting connections. We need a Britney Spears fan, somebody said. There is an option to receive free memberships on the join button. Yes. Is he British? No, y'all. If you didn't know this, because I did not, a lot of people of Indian origin play cricket and like cricket because when the British did invade and colonize that country for 200 years or whatever they were doing over there, acting crazy, they played cricket. And a lot of people in India then, because of that, learned how to play cricket and they like it and they enjoy it. And there's like cricket teams. If y'all follow my channel, I have a travel channel. When I went to India, I was looking out over the harbor on this like boat fishing village tour or something. There's like all these different flags across the harbor and they're all cricket teams. Like everybody has their cricket teams. Yeah. So, I hope he's American. I mean, I think he's supposed to be American to be on a jury. I don't really know though, y'all. Federal jury, I really don't know. Okay. So we got another tweet. Juror 118. Oh, I'm a teacher. My wife is an occupational therapist. We play tennis. I have a master's in health education and I don't watch the news. The judge said, do you have a social media? Yes, X account and Instagram, and I watch nearly all Yankees games and I like the Beatles. These people are funny. These people are funny. I like people. They're funny. Yeah, exactly. Seriously. Haley from Toronto said, how often is it that they end up sequestered? And that's a great question. I really don't know. I really don't know. Okay, let me see. That's the most recent tweet. Teacher, my wife is an occupational therapist. We play tennis, have a master's in health education. I don't watch the news, have social media. Interesting. Yeah, we do. It's a very eclectic group of prospects. In the jury pool. I like that. Someone said, Amber said, sounds like my support group intro. We got some waves. What did I miss? Girl, we've been here 4 hours, 12 minutes. You missed a lot. I bet they will be sequestered on this one because of the huge media frenzy. Maybe so. Maybe so. Do they know whose trial it is? Yes. Drive-through poet is asking if they know whose trial it is. Yes, they have been informed. Jay, did you go to Pondicherry? No, I don't know what that is. There's an ashram with a crystal that is heavenly. You might see an elephant in an alley. She gave me a kiss. Highly recommend. No, I've never been there. No, I don't think so. It's not ringing a bell. Okay, let's see. I can't believe they're still going. 28 seconds ago, juror 106, the guy from Engender Health, or girl or person. I have an MBA in finance. I have an MBA in finance, a master's of business administration in finance. I read The Atlantic, Harper's Bazaar, podcast, The Bulwark, The Daily. Juror 58 lives in the Bronx. I am a head account clerk for Edgecombe Correctional Facility. I like the Mets and I listen to reggae. Okay, so Juror 58 lives in the Bronx, works at Edgecombe Correctional Facility, but he's an account clerk and he listens to reggae music. Okay, well, everybody, I am gonna go eat dinner and we will catch up on this tomorrow. I depending on the reception of this video, well, I'll maybe go live tomorrow. Maybe I'll make a video. If y'all want me to go live, leave, a comment telling me you want me to go live. Otherwise, I'll just make a video at the end of the day. Live is fun. If y'all want me to go live, I will go live. In any event, I'll be going live during opening statements for sure. So y'all let me know. But I thought this was going to be over at 5. I got stuff to do. I'm running out of steam. I need to eat my dinner, all that. And leave it in the comments if you want me to go live. And I will see y'all tomorrow. And don't forget to come back and watch my video later tonight about Lou Taylor. Anytime, facts ain't defamation. And neither are opinions. Girl, love you, mean it. Okay, bye.